Hello there friends, welcome to today's Sunday Tea Time live stream, live from Robin Hood country here in Nottingham, England. As always, do come say hello in the chat, let me know who's out there. I see we've got quite a few early birds joining us today. But if you are new to these streams, welcome. My name is Darren and I stream here every weekend on Twitch and on YouTube. And the streams are recorded on YouTube to watch later, to watch any parts that you've missed, or to re-watch parts to see exactly what I did. And the streams are a chance for me to catch up on some drawing or animation in OpenToonz or Tahoma 2D, and today we're working in OpenToonz 1.6, doing some inking for my 11 Second Club project. So, to not miss each stream, do click that subscribe button and ring that bell, so you're notified when the streams are due to start. And there's lots of ways to support the channel listed down in the description, with the easiest just being to hit that like button and then to comment on the video once it's recorded and available on YouTube. And you can also join my Patreon service, where you can watch tutorials before they're released on YouTube, to download any projects that I create for those projects, and to watch real-time videos showing my process, where normally I'd show you a speed paint or a quick run through of them. Or if you've got the means, you can also support the channel by treating me to a little coffee. But there's plenty of free content here on YouTube, so after the stream, why not take a look around the channel and see what you can see. So, what's the plans for today? As I say, we're going to do some inking of the my entry for the 11 Second Club challenge, but I'll also go through and describe what I've worked on during the week. So I'll get to that in a few minutes once we've checked up on the chat. Let's just see who's with us today. So I see Tom was first in. Hello there, Tom. Welcome. Great to have you with us as always. Casa Chap. Welcome, Casa. Good to have you here. We've got Blifton. Hello there, Blifton, the great background artist, doing great work over there on Animator Bust. I'd love to see all the previews that you share, so please do keep doing that. We've got Heiner. Hello there, Heiner. Welcome to the stream. Good to have you with us again. So I believe you've finished your animation for the 11 Second Club and submitted it. Looking forward to seeing the final version of that. I'm not sure how much difference it is to the previous version that you shared, but it's great to see the progress on there. We've got Kozo, Double O, hello! No problem at all. Good to see you here today. Glad to have you live again. Thank you, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. 1 to 200, hello, welcome. Good to have you here. Just enjoying my cup of tea that I made shortly before the stream. Maria, welcome. Good to have you here again, as always. How's your entry doing for this challenge? Do you think you'll complete it before the deadline or not? As I said before, it doesn't really matter if you do or don't. It's a great prompt just to get some animation practice going. Jer Henning, hello Jer, welcome. The first person to complete within, I think, the first day or so. So that's great to see. Great, thank you, Heiner. So we've got a lot to get through today. I know I'm not going to get through all of the inking, but at least we will get started and you'll see kind of the basic process I've got in mind for the first shot or two before we finish today. Don't you worry about it, Maria. It's not about... Don't think it's about being judged by other people, and that's always a concern of people for sharing work, whether it be for competitions or on Discords or just on social media. You're kind of sharing it for your own benefit. So if any of you are uncomfortable sharing your animation that you've built for the 11 Second Club, either don't worry too much about it, feel free to share it, or if you really don't want to, then don't share it. I'm sure you've gained a lot from the process anyway. But I'd love to see the final versions for anyone that wants to share them over on the Discord. And this is only the first month that we're working on the 11 Second Club. I plan to do this again in June, so we'll talk about that more nearer the time. I'm going to have a month off in between to catch up on a few other things that we'll perhaps talk about later on. So let's get started into the rest of the programme today. So, as I like to do each week, should we take a look at what happened since I last streamed? Why not? What happened last week? So this section, for those of you that don't know, is a chance for me to let you know about any OpenToonz or animation news that I've heard about since we last streamed, and for me to share any news about what I've been working on or what's coming up in the future. So let's jump straight in to talk about my last video. So the last video I released on Friday, and I release videos most Fridays. I'll be skipping the occasional one from time to time, but the one from last Friday was my latest OpenToonz Beginner's Guide. And I created one last year when OpenToonz 1.5 came out, but I wanted to create a new one for 1.6 for quite a few different reasons. Partially to show how the interface looks with 1.6, to remind people that haven't used OpenToonz for a while what's in it, how it's working, to suggest a few changes that have happened that are important to you, but also to try and improve on my beginner's guide to be a bit more succinct, a bit quicker than previously. My previous guides have been quite long. I want to try and keep it a little shorter, which I managed to do with this. It's about half the time of the previous, still quite long, but there is a lot packed into there. So I started off by showing how you can create a project and a scene. I talked about projects and scenes to try and clear up a few issues that some people have when they first begin using OpenToonz, to understand what the difference is between the two and how you create them. And then I drew a bouncing ball, showing how to use the eraser, how to move along the timeline, and then worked a bit more in depth on the timeline for creating extra drawings to expose them for longer and to show how to create a cycling animation. And then finally I showed how to render the animation so you can share it with your friends. So it's a full process of using OpenToonz to create an animation. It took just under 18 minutes of the video to put together, but it really is a lot packed into there into such a short time. And in a couple of weeks I'll have a bit more of a detailed usage of OpenToonz, which I'm really looking forward to getting to. So the next video that I've got coming out, I do want a little bit of a help with, I mentioned in a second, but it's going to follow on from one of the things I mentioned in my last video, which is about using onion skins. So I wanted to go a bit more in depth into how to use onion skins for your animations, and for that, rather than recording a new video, I thought I'd share one of the videos from my OpenToonz course. I've already created this video in the past. It's a detailed look at how to use onion skins in OpenToonz, and it's still valid for version 1.6. And for those of you using Tahoma, it's exactly the same method in Tahoma as well. So I thought, why not share that with everybody rather than recreating a brand new video. So I've got one thing to ask a favour for. I'm going to create a poll on YouTube tomorrow to help me decide the thumbnail to use for this video. And I've created two already, so I kind of wanted to share them with you today for you to help me have a look at. So the first one is this one here. So it's an image of me as an onion and just the text to let you know the video's about onion skins. And when I was first thinking about doing onion skins, I had this vision of having my face on an onion, and it came out better than I expected, but I don't know if it necessarily explains what the video is about for someone taking a look at it when it's on YouTube. And the second image I put together is kind of me coloured as onion skins with the red and green previous and next sort of drawings. I think I need to change it a bit if I was using this one to create some transparency in the drawings a little bit. But I kind of want to put a poll out to see what everybody thinks about these two images and about which one they think is better for this video. And it's something I've not done before for a video. I've always had an idea for a thumbnail, put it together, and just put it out there and then waited to see what comments I get back. But I thought I'd do something a little bit different this week just to see how much feedback we get, to see what you think about this. So do let me know which image you think is better. I will share that post on probably on my Twitter and Discord as well. So if you don't get the notification through YouTube, you should be able to click on it on Discord or Twitter to get to that poll, and let me know what you think about these thumbnails. A crying eye. I quite like that, Tom. That's a good idea, having a tear in my eye. And that is painful, of course. Right. Okay, can you do me a favour, Tom? When you get that link tomorrow, can you click on that and drop these comments in there so they're all together? So when I take a look at the responses from people on that poll, you can also add comments on the poll, of course, like in any poll on YouTube. So if you could put them onto there, that'd be really useful to have together, so I've got all the ideas in one place. Yeah, I like that. Lines around the silhouette like rotoscoping. Yeah, but I can't decide between the two of which one is clearer for an onion skin, or if you've got any other ideas. So I'll be sharing that tomorrow. So do take a look and let me know. Thank you, appreciate that. It'll really help me out for figuring out what to do. I keep having these wacky ideas, and some of them amuse me but aren't necessarily ideal for thumbnails in YouTube and aren't necessarily visually clear for everybody else. So when I did the I can't stop looking at myself on the onion. When I did the first one with the onion skin, I showed it to Mrs. T, and it took her a second to realise it was actually an onion as well in the first place. And is that really necessarily a clear image? So please do let me know. I'll leave that with you in the coming days. Now let me take those images off so I don't have to keep looking at them. So what else have I done this week? I've had a really, really busy week this week. I've done a lot of work on my entry for the 11-second club, because last week I started on the pencil test, following on from the animatic, and this week I wanted to start only on the inking process, so I wanted to get everything else out of the way. So what I did was I thought to try something again a bit different. I like trying different things to figure out what you enjoy and what kind of I enjoy and what's really helpful. So what I did was I created a not live stream during the week, and I worked on this project, skip through some of it here, and worked on the pencil test for the rest of the shots. I only created the pencil test for the first 2 shots last week during the stream, and then I worked on the rest of it outside of the stream. So I decided to create the rest of it, but still recording as though it was a live stream. So I recorded 2 videos that I've shared over on my Patreon for my Tea Mug and Teapot patrons to take a look at. That's there now. It's been there since the middle of the week. So follow the process if you want to see what I worked on, and if you want to hear my explanation of what I did and how I did it, why I changed my mind on things. So do take a look at that if you are patrons, or if you're interested in joining the Patreon accounts, take a look at the link down below. So what did I do during these streams? Well, I did a couple of things. Let me jump over to my last animatic. So where I left you last week, I'd got the first shot where the arms came up over the side of the mountain, and then it cuts to this wider angle in shot 2 where the character in the foreground waves at the second character and shouts hi. I'm sure most of you already know the soundtrack off by heart, you've heard it so many times. And then the head pops up afterwards. And rather than doing that, instead I changed my mind and I had the head pop up in the first shot facing to the left, screen left, to the person's right, and then when we go to the wider shot, they turn round to face them. That seemed like a better way to have it working, rather than just having the hands on top before somebody says hello. So I changed that. I also finished the pencil test for shot 3, and this is the animatic here on screen. So I finished the pencil test for this part here and the final shot there. And that came out really, really nice. And for the shot 4, for the character nearest the camera, added a bit more movement of the arms moving on screen. And I tried a little process out, a little way of working, which I want to show you after the break, just to explain what I did. It's nothing revolutionary, but I want to show you how I did it, why I did it, and to show you the features in OpenToonz that I use to make the movement much smoother to my mind, but still kind of quite punchy. So we'll take a look at that after the break. And I also drew the background as well. so that today I know exactly where the background was, so when the hands are holding onto the side of the mountaintop, we could see exactly where they are as we ink them, rather than drawing the ink lines for the character, then having to retrospectively make sure the background lined up. So I drew all of the background and did a little bit of animation on that, and we'll take a look at that directly after the next break. But I'm going to take a short break today. We'll take a few breaks as we work through today's little project. But just before I do, I just want to say a quick hello to Adjan. Welcome to the stream, good to have you here. And Quadiman, welcome for you as well, good to have you here. But I'm going to take a short break, and then we'll come back and I'll show you exactly the outcome of what I've worked on during the week, and I'll show you the way I worked on the movement for the character. So I'll see you in about 5 minutes. And welcome back. So thanks to everyone for sharing your art that I shared over there in the kitchen. And if you want to have your art shown in the kitchen, do pop it into the Discord server in the OpenToonz art or animation channels. Okay, so let's crack on. So what did I do last week? Let me show you those two clips before we start inking. So let's play this full piece, and do let me know if the audio, the background music is too loud. Last week it was far too loud for some reason. I don't know if that was just the secondary recording that YouTube shared and how different to how it was live, but if you listen to the recording on YouTube, it was ever so loud and almost drowns me out. So I'm surprised no one told me during the stream, so I'm guessing it's just the way it recorded it, but I hope it's doing okay. Hey there Dave, hello there. Yes, I saw you was on Ed's channel on his live stream, no problem at all. So you're doing ink and paint as well, so we're all at it today. Good. Hopefully you'll be streaming later on. I can check out where you are so far. I've been keeping up with what you've been doing, and the last one especially I saw was extra kind of a bit more complex, a bit more detailed in the animation. It's great to see, especially as I commented in the chat a couple of times about your hands that you was drawing. I had a little bit of an issue with drawing hands on my project that I'm working on today, but it'll be okay. Mostly they're alright. It's certain angles I just couldn't quite get my handful of sausage fingers working right. So we'll see how that goes today. Yes, Kozo, they do. A new one every month. So on the first of the month they release a new audio clip for that month's competition. The deadline is the final day of the month, midnight on the final day of the month, but depending on where you are in the world, that's of course a different time for you, so do get it in nice and early to make sure that your entry is submitted. And then at the end of the month you get 5 days, I believe, to vote on everybody else's videos, and then the winner is announced shortly after that. Yeah, a very long, tricky one. I'm not surprised. It looks really good. It looks really. I love the positions for the character, the way Mel is sitting and doing his thing. So we'll see how that one comes out. All right, let me just show you where we are on this little animation here. So if I play the original one here. So this is after working on it during the week with a few changes. I only spent a few hours on it during the week on this section, which is the kind of the pencil test for this. I'll mute the audio for now. We'll no doubt hear it plenty of times today. Let's just play that through. So ignore some of the camera movements there. I changed some of the position of the camera and the backgrounds partially before I rendered this clip out and these clips out for the 4 shots. So the characters float a little bit in this version without the actual background. So let me put the audio on just for one playthrough so you can hear how that goes.
I made macaroni if you want some.
I'm sorry, what?
Well, I was starving and you took forever, so I wanted to make food.
So that was kind of the pencil test of each of the 4 shots. And then I drew the background to make sure that was, as I say, drawn in place. I made a solid background to be able to animate against today, to draw the inks again. So if I run that up.
I made macaroni if you want some.
I'm sorry, what?
Well, I was starving and you took forever, so I wanted to make food.
So with that you can see the background is now rock solid in the right place. I've got the camera movements moving around. Potentially I've got too much movement for such a short set of clips, but it's one of those things that I'm kind of experimenting with, putting together, see how it looks on the final piece, and sort of month by month I'll start to get a better feel for how to put these together. Play it one last time before we crack on to the next stage. You'll notice, as I say, in the first shot where she climbs up, the head appears first looking the wrong way, and then she turns around. I think that makes that work a little better. We've also got a lot more movement in the character. The one nearest the screen here, where she's gesticulating with her arms. Again, possibly a little too much, I'm not sure. I wanted to have her moving, but not too much kind of to overemphasize. I find that difficult to look at. I don't enjoy that in cartoons, but I kind of wanted to add some movement so she wasn't so static. Originally with just her talking, she was absolutely rock solid and it looked too stiff, so I wanted to add some movement. Then on top of that, I also threw the plastic tool to have her leaning backwards and forwards. So I did that after I drew the pencil test, so I may well reuse that on the inked version to include that movement, because that again stopped it looking quite so stiff. So one more run through.
Hi. I made macaroni if you want some.
I'm sorry, what?
Well, I was starving and you took forever, so I wanted to make food.
Yes, possibly. Yeah, good ideas, Tom Maria. A surprise face at the end, possibly. We won't get to that today. I can fairly guarantee it for what we need to draw today for the inking. But yeah, some sort of surprise face. I couldn't quite figure out at the end what I wanted to happen. I didn't want the character to sit there on screen and stop, so I wanted the character in the background to fall off. But I kind of wanted something to happen to her first. I wanted something to hit her or something to, I don't know, I wasn't sure what I wanted to happen. But again, it's one of those things that it's better to get the piece finished, completely finished, rather than partially correct. So rather than some parts being perfect but not getting it completed and not getting it submitted, I want to get it submitted. So I'm happy just to kind of skim over parts that I'm not entirely happy with, just for the sake of getting to the end of the project this month, ready for the next month's project. But a surprise face, I like the sound of that. So one thing I wanted to show you today is these arms here and how they move, what I did to move them a little bit. Which, as I say, isn't revolutionary, but I kind of wanted to share a couple of tips with using OpenToonz of how I did this. So if you take a look at them here,
Well,
just the
I was
arms
starving
specifically.
And you took forever, so I wanted to make food.
So I kind of wanted them to have a punchy feel of moving backwards and forwards, but not just having two images going from one to the other. So I wanted to have some movement in there. So let me show you what I did just before we get to the inking stage. Kozo, double O, animating a New Year's rocket. I have made a video about how to add a glow onto a flame, I remember, which could be useful. You might want to use some of the effects. So I know in one of my earlier streams I created the kind of the smoke effect billowing out from the kettle, for when the kettle boils. So potentially you could use that for coming out the bottom of the rocket. So if you browse back into my old live streams where I'm drawing the kitchen scene, you might come across that. So that could be useful to take a look at. You might want to use, I also did some kind of spark effect for a countdown, where I had a countdown of just 3, 2, 1 in between, to show in between kind of 3 different tips to use in my video. But the countdown of 3, 2, 1 had a background of sparks coming out of it slowly, just sort of raising up the screen. That was using the particle effects in OpenToonz. But you could just hand draw it and then add a glow on top, or just hand draw the actual glow and sparks coming out and flames coming out the bottom of the rocket. So yeah, got a few options there you could do, I think. But if you do get stuck on anything specific, let me know, drop a message through, and maybe we can help out on the specific parts that you want help with. Let me start a new project. I'll leave it in the OpenToonz stuff folder because I will delete it later. Let me just call this test move for the sake of a name. Click OK. Scene name, just call it demo. Let me create a Toonz raster level. I'll extend that out for a few frames to show some time before the movement happens. So if I go to drawing 1, grab the pen, let's choose the pencil brush, the sketching brush. I quite like that anyway as a brush to work with. See, I keep banging my head on the top of the area here and it keeps cutting me off. I have to try and keep low. So using that, let me quickly throw in kind of a dummy character shape. That'll do. That's all I want to have for that. So that's quite light there, but you can still see what's happening. So what I did, I drew my character with his arm in one position. He's just coming down here. Like that, with the hand at the end. I won't try and draw a hand right now. And if I want the arm to go forward, if I wanted to hit the beat, because I was trying to match the speech patterns to point at the macaroni and doing this and do some cooking, so I was trying to hit a beat. If the beat happens, say on drawing 20, on frame 20 here, what I did was on frame 18, 2 frames before, I pressed D to duplicate that, to create myself a duplicate drawing. I then erased it. Let's grab that. Turn on the onion skin so I can see the previous drawing. And drew the final position of where I wanted the arm to be. So it's like here, and that's where I'm pointing at something like that. So I'm going from this drawing, arm down to arm up. Hello there, Yulichek. Welcome to the stream, good to have you here today. Yes, Kozo, the glow effect in the effects. As I say, if you do search for the word glow on my channel, you should come across a video where I showed how you can set that up. It's pretty straightforward, to be honest. Good chance you'll be able to work it out yourself without a video. But if you're having trouble, then do find that video, it'll let you know. So I created this duplicate and drew the new position 2 frames before I wanted it to hit. Then what I did, I extended out this duplicate drawing by a frame, and then on the actual frame I wanted the position to hit, I pressed D again to duplicate that on drawing 20, and then extended that out to how long it needed to be. So frame 20 is the final position, so then I went to the drawing before, and I used the selection tool, remembering this is just a pencil test, to draw around the arm there, move the center point up to the shoulder, to the middle of the shoulder, and then rotated it down. Let me change the onion skin instead of showing the previous drawing to show the following drawing, which is the final position I'm going to arrive at. So I'm setting the ease in, if you like, to that position. And rather than just rotating the whole arm, what I did was I rotated the arm first from the shoulder down, and then again I used the selection tool from the elbow down to the hand, moving the center rotation point up to the elbow joint, and then rotated the hand back a little bit, so there's a change in the bend of the arm, so it didn't look quite so robotic of the arm, just the whole thing moving like this. There's some actual bend on the forearm as well. It's still sort of fairly stiff because we are just rotating it around that point, but by putting the bend in the elbow, I think it adds a little bit of extra flexibility in there. And because I want to kind of ease in to the final drawing, I want the hand to be quite close. So you can see from drawing 2 to 3, there's that small movement there. And then I want the same thing at the start, so an ease out from the first drawing. So I went 2 drawings away from the beginning. Sorry, let's get this right. So the hand was stationary until it needs to start to move. So I choose where I need to start it to move, and then 2 drawings from there, I then create a duplicate of the first drawing, and onion skinning backwards to the previous, I did the same thing again. If I'd use the selection tool around the arm, move the rotation point to the shoulder, and then move away from the start point. And again, I did it in 2 parts to move the arm from the shoulder and then the forearm up to the elbow separately. And again, moving the rotation point back to the elbow and moving that away. So the hand moves a bit quicker than the forearm. So you see that kind of movement here. So this is something we talked about early on in the week, Tom, on OpenToonz Discord server about favouring. So it's a bit like if you imagine a timing chart up here. So you've got the first drawing A, going to drawing B. Rather than trying to evenly space out 2 drawings across that path, or using halves to figure out where to draw each drawing, you just one drawing favouring the first position and the second one favouring the end, to kind of give you some ease out and then ease into the final position. So if I just hit loop play on that, even though there's only 2 drawings, one near the beginning, one near the end, your eyes kind of fill in the middle point as the arm's moving. And it's kind of a good way, especially for a pencil test, to not have to draw every drawing, to using the selection tool, I thought. So I kind of just wanted to share that with you today of what I did during the week. Yeah, I have got an incline of the back, the body, Maria, as the chef's moving her arms, and I'll show you that in a second when I get to the actual shots. I did think about having the head on a separate column to add some rotation, but I think that adds a bit too much unnecessary complexity to what I'm doing, especially considering the time scale. Today's my last Sunday working on this. It's due in by Saturday, so any of you working on the project, you've got till Saturday to submit. I want to make sure I've submitted plenty of time before that, so I'll have a couple of evenings this week where I can complete any parts that I've missed, but I didn't want to make it too complex. Hello there, Streamurlai. Hello, welcome to the stream today. Hope you're doing well. So yeah, so doing it this way, it gave me kind of a bit more of a snappy look, and it gave me the opportunity to sort of pick the frame to point or to do something. And on the actual shot, she holds her tummy to say she's hungry. And I kind of wanted to have some movement, but didn't want to have it too flowy where she's always moving her arms and saying this and that. So I tried to make it a little bit snappy. And you could make it even snappier by taking out this third drawing to remove the ease in if you wanted to quickly point at something. But it is a little bit unnatural to just point and then stop without a bit of an ease in. So that's kind of the way I came down to it. And if you wanted to, you could easily make that just a single frame to make it even snappier. And bring this first drawing down to either 1 or 2 frames as well. So with very little work, you kind of got that movement in there, and with very little drawing. So kind of part of what I'm doing with these challenges for the 11-second club is to start to feel out a way to work a bit smoother, a bit quicker to get the effect I want, because hand drawing every single frame is going to be a slow process and doesn't help you to create your own cartoons, to be able to tell your own stories. So I kind of want to find a few shortcuts where I can, but I do really enjoy the hand-drawn animation look. So it's kind of a tug of war between puppeting, the plastic tool, and hand drawing. It's Monka! Hello there, Monka, welcome! Glad for you to join us today, good to have you here. And Srimuralai, good to have you here. Alrighty, let's jump straight in then. So let me show you briefly, Maria, you mentioned the leaning backwards and forwards. It was shot 4, I believe. Let's jump to the first frame here. So we've got the background. I need to tone down the background so I can see what I'm actually doing, I think. So let me take down the top and bring down the opacity. Okay. And then take down the ground opacity. Sorry, the ground is actually the pencil test, so that can go all together. The animatic can go, because I'm not using that. And then I want the mountains. Have I hidden those? Where are they? Oh, I've not named them in this shot. I named them in the other ones. Oh, I'm slightly green-haired again. I about 30 seconds before the stream started, I turned on the different rooms I've got here in OBS, and suddenly I realised I got white hair. So I'd adjusted the green chroma key settings a little bit, and I got white hair. I think I'm better with green hair than white, so that suits me a bit better, I think. Although white is probably nearer to reality, unfortunately. So here we are then, Maria. If you take a look at the second character nearer to the screen, let's hit play on this. Let's turn the sound off, so we don't hear the same sound repeating too many times. So you can see a little bit of a lean backwards and forwards. I can make that a bit stronger as necessary, but again, I don't want it too much leaning backwards and forwards. It's worth pointing out what I did with that just before we get to the drawing, which we will get to very soon. So the head and body was on one column, and the mouth was on a separate column. So I got two columns together to make this one character. And the character is moving quite a bit with her arms backwards and forwards. So when you use the plastic tool, you'd normally go to frame 1 of your animation, create a mesh, and use the plastic tool over that character or that drawing. But only the lines and drawings within that mesh area can be animated. So to help with that, what I did was I collapsed those two drawings into a sub-X sheet. But before I did, let me just step into that. I also drew a shape around the character that will encompass any of the movements that she makes. So while she's moving through these positions, with her arm out here in particular, if we go to the frame 1, that shape encompasses it. So that's on frame 1. So that I collapsed all of those then into a sub-X sheet, and then I created a mesh over the top of that shape, which meant that as you move through the animation, whether her arms are in or out, the animation will still move. Does that make some sense? You know what, adjusting the colours to get the green working to clear the background so you can see more of the timeline behind me, it's really tricky. I think I've just not got my lighting right, but it's not too bad. I quite like having green hair. I don't mind that. So now I've got this single animation pencil test being interacted on with this lean here by the plastic tool. Once I've done the inking, I'll be able to apply the same mesh over the inked character, and they'll still move as well. So I'm hoping to kind of reuse that just by plugging in the inked character into the mesh column. We'll perhaps take a look at that later. So let me jump back to shot 1 here. Not made any changes in that. So as I said, let's name these columns and start to change the colours a little bit. So let's bring down the opacity of the background mountains. I sort of don't really need to see them at all, so I might just hide them all together. The ground in front of me here, the opacity can come down so I can see it a bit clearer. Okay, we don't need the old ground, that's part of the animatic, so I can put that down there, or at least part of the pencil test version. Yeah, I don't like Adyan. I don't like the way Krita does its camera movements and the movements of the drawings. For me, that it doesn't quite make sense. The way OpenToonz to Homer work, for me, are much better. They make more sense to me. But this is what we've said before when we've talked about software, about learn the software you think you might want to use, whether it be a single one or multiple. Figure out which features make more sense to you, and then whichever one you start with, settle on that for a while, create some animations, figure out what all of the features are that you need, how they work, and then try and work with that. And once you've sort of got through a bit of that and you've worked some animation, you know how it works, then you can decide if you want to try a different piece of software to get a different feature. But it kind of depends what you all want to work on. I thought you could kind of animate a camera, Krita, with the new version 5, Monka. I mean, you're much more the expert than me, for sure. I thought you could animate a camera. Or is it just a simulated camera? I don't know. Dave's done something with cameras. It does look painful. I know Dave's done some of it, but I seem to recall he moved the drawings rather than the camera. Yeah. But I know plenty of people do some great work in all these softwares, so it depends what you want to do. The main thing is to get started, start creating. I saw earlier on Ed's channel he was asking about software. Was it CSP and Krita I think he was asking about? He uses Krita for all of his drawings anyway, so that's the one he'd probably recommend. I didn't catch his answer, if he did answer you. But yeah, just get creating and then figure out how to do what you want it to do. The animation curves, I know again. Here you are, Dave. I was about to drop your name again. Adyan's talking about Krita at the minute for using the camera rather than the camera in OpenToonz. Alrighty, so let's see what's in this shot. So we've got the arms coming up, the head popping up, and that's it. Really simple, really straightforward. So let me come to the top here and I'll create a new column above. Although before I do, let me run my backup tool and have that working. So the OpenToonz folder, let's start monitoring that. This is where OpenToonz occasionally crashes when I flick between programs. Let's see how it goes. So I'll click save on this before I go any further. See, I've got a save backup copy in a second. There we go. And now let me name that before inking. Make a copy. So now I've got a copy of the project or of this scene before I start doing any kind of drawing, so I can always refer back to it or roll back to it later if I want to. Okay, so let's insert a column above, and in that column let me create a Toonz raster level. I want to use Toonz raster levels again exclusively for this rather than using vectors, although I do fancy using a vector level for one of the projects just to try and get some practice in. I've seen Jer, you've created lots of great stuff with vectors and you've given lots of tips of how to work with them, so I quite fancy doing that just to see how I get on sometime. Okay, let me give this a name. So I'll call this ink, just so it stands out differently from the other levels I've created, in case I need to refer back to them or for when I need to copy them into another shot. This will be the character at the background, so I'll call this one Climber. Yep, so I have the Climber and the Cook. I've gone from time to time calling them character 1 and character 2, and I'm fairly sure I've got them mixed up and swapped the names between the two, so let's name them something a bit more recognisable than just a number. So we've got the first drawing in here, and the first thing I wanted to do was to create 10 blank drawings ready for the lip sync. So I could use 1 to 10 for the lip sync, which will make it easier to copy what I used on the pencil test level, I think. So to create some blank drawings, you can click and drag after that first drawing here. So it's 1 to 10 I want for blank, and then number 11 is where I'm going to start actually my first drawing that's not the speaking. And then you can press Alt D, which is create a blank drawing, but because I've highlighted some blank spaces, it creates a blank drawing in each of those spaces. So I can start drawing in drawing number 11. So I can remove the first 10 for now. And that's just removed them from the timeline, of course. I've deleted the exposure of them on the timeline. I've not deleted the drawings. If I select drawing 11, in the level strip, you'll see I've still got the first 10 drawings as part of the stack, part of the level. So let's see where the hand first appears. Okay, so it's shown for all of those frames here. And I will use the animate tool, I think, to make the hand come up rather than redrawing it each time. And let me just check my settings. So if you go to your preferences, in the drawing section, there's 4 options here to do with auto creation and when it creates a drawing. So the option I want to turn off is this middle one here, enable creation in hold cells. By turning that off, it means if I go to a drawing in the middle of the extended section, the hold cells, and start drawing, it won't create a new drawing. I'm still drawing on number 11. But if I didn't untick that option, as soon as I start drawing in a hold cell, it would create a brand new drawing, which isn't what I want. So we're going to do inking. I'm going to use the first colour, the first ink colour here. Just thinking if I want to, because I know it can be tricky to delete or amend colour 1. I think we'll be okay for today, so I'll stick with this first colour. I'm going to leave or turn on pencil mode so there's no anti-aliasing drawn, which might make it easier for filling with colour later rather than having the anti-aliasing built in. I do want pressure, and again I'm checking over all the options on the top here. Draw order overall, I will want some smoothing, just a little bit, but we'll come back and adjust that as we go along. We need to sort out the size of the brush for the inking. So for now, if I click and drag on the sliders, but I do like to set an even number for the size of the ink lines. But let's first have a look at the roughly the number we want. So that's about 4.5. That's a bit too big. It's come down to 4. So 3 or 4, I think. That's about 3. And I do wish these sliders would snap to even numbers. So it's going to add some anti-aliasing later. You just hit save so don't forget. So to see how that'll look, if I right click on any of these drawings and go to level settings, if I tick the box to add anti-aliasing, and you can change the softness I believe from 0 to 100. And 100 you'd think would be quite strongly anti-alias, but it doesn't seem to be too strong. So I'll stick with 100 and just close that. And now if I preview that by clicking the preview button, you'll see the anti-aliasing along the edges of the line to give it a softer look to that line. So now I can see more how the line will look with anti-aliasing, see if it's too thick or not. And that looks pretty good to me. So I think I'll stick with that. Let me change this to an exact number of 3. So that if I change it away to something else, I can more easily come back to the size of 3. I was thinking, Tom, of creating a new level per character, a Toonz raster level. So in that case, you'd have a separate palette. I've not decided on the colours yet. We'll make that up as we go along later. So yeah, we'd have a level for the character that's climbing up the back of the mountain, and a separate level for the character that's cooking. So they'd have their own separate colour palette. Otherwise, exactly that. I would create a new page for each character to keep the colours separate. Really useful feature, that is. Okay, so let me just get rid of that drawing there. And I always say feel free to make any comments you want on what I'm doing or ask any questions. However, because of the time to complete this project, there is a deadline. So today's the last Sunday, and I say a couple of evenings during the week. I've not really got much time to change too much about what I've got. So as I say, complete what I've got rather than making it perfect. So if you want to point out about things being wrong, I may well say yes they are, and just leave it and not be able to fix them, just so I can get this animation completed. But it's something I'll kind of learn about for later, so feel free to let me know. And Groovy Will, hello, welcome. Not seen you for a long time, buddy. How you doing? I think the last few times I've seen you, you've been gaming on your channel. I've not seen any drawing or animation for quite a while. Okay, so the smoothing, I tend to go between 0 and about 20, 15 to 20 for the highest smoothing. And that gives you a nice smooth line for longer curves. And if you've got lots of shorter curves, if you want to follow the line exactly, if you go too quickly, the smoothing kind of makes it short. So you need to bring that down so the smoothing doesn't affect your line so much, so you can follow your tracing, your pencil lines that you've already drawn. Okay, so I want to draw this single drawing of the hand coming up. So as I say, if it's not quite right, the drawing, so be it. I'm not too concerned by that. I'm tempted to make the minimum smaller so I can have a little bit of difference in the line thickness. Not too concerned. I'll leave it as a little bit smaller, so 2 to 3 as maximum. So having a quick read of the chat here from Tom. You created multiple pages on one level, one per character, and then drag and dropped all into the studio palette I've not really used. Yes, the studio palette is really useful for sharing palettes across scenes and projects. One palette with all the characters, easy to drag and drop. I see what you're saying there. So that means if I created all the colours in a single levels palette but on different pages, put it into the project palette, and then I can create a brand new drawing level and not worry so much about copying colours around, because I can just drag and drop from the global palette that we've shared, and the character colours are on their own page. That's a very good idea to work on a larger project. Again, this is kind of why I broke this simple 11-second scene into 4 different shots, to try and get a feel for how you work with multiple scenes in a single project. Yeah, good idea that. Wow, 6 months. Awesome. Look forward to seeing that. Yeah, great, lovely. Just catching up on the chat here. Adjan had a small problem in home having pixelated lines without zooming. Then you must have your resolution of your screen of your page too low. So I'm using a standard HD screen here. And if I right click and say reset view, which resets, sorry, that resets to the screen here. If I change it to reset view to reset the zoom, that sets the zoom to 100%. And if I draw the line, that's how it looks in pencil mode. And if I turn pencil mode off, we'll have anti-aliasing. That's how it looks with anti-aliasing without the pencil mode. And it looks fairly smooth to me. It doesn't look too pixelated. The only way it would look pixelated is if I zoom in on either of those two. You can see here I'm on 500% and you see the pixels. So it really, really shouldn't. Yeah, as long as you're not missing any kind of revision for your practice for your exams, XD. Great to have you with us today. Yes, Tom, exactly. That sounds really useful. As I say, I'm hoping to share the same level across all 4 shots. So I'll have the same palette for each character, but we'll see how we get on to get through to the second and third shot. Yeah, you've got quite a few shots, haven't you, in the project you're working on? Cass is asking, how can you have a transparent background? The answer, Casa, is you've got a transparent background without doing anything. OpenToonz and Tahoma automatically have a transparent background if you render to a format that allows transparent backgrounds. So if you go to your output settings and change the file type to be, for an image, PNG, you can get a transparent background. Or for video files, a GIF has a transparent background. And if you use Tahoma, also the WebM has a transparent background. The difference being between a WebM and GIF, in a WebM you can also include audio in a GIF that you can't. So I say you've automatically got a transparent background. If you render with only drawings of characters on the screen, there'll be no background behind those characters. If you want one, you have to draw something in a different column to get a background, or go to your scene settings and then turn up the alpha of the camera's background colour. So by default the background colour is white. If you click the box, I can change that to say blue, and with the alpha turned up I'll now have a blue background in those formats. But most people, when they talk about having a transparent background, it's because they've rendered to an MP4 or a JPEG image or some other format that doesn't allow transparency. That's good, XD, no problem at all then. Okay, I keep putting off, let's get started drawing this, inking this hand. Any other questions, do fire them through, I'll try and answer them. I'm expecting to not necessarily get much drawn today, but I'll do my best to see how I get on. As I say, I'm planning to have some of this, having to draw some of this during the week after today's stream to get this completed. But I kind of wanted you to see the ink and paint process at least on one shot today, which is why I did the pencil work during the week. So let's just get started and see how badly we can draw this hand. As I say, I'm really not concerned about it looking too bad. It'll look how it looks. But over the next couple of weeks, as I kind of talked about last week, I'd like to do some drawing practice on these streams. It's kind of where I want to go in the next couple of weeks. But I also want to, as I say, next week I want it to be a bit of a chill week. What I was planning to do, because the final entry day for this project is Saturday next week, on Sunday hopefully the judging can begin. So I was expecting, all being well, that we can start judging on the stream. So I was going to go to the 11 Second Club website next Sunday and start to look through some of the entries, and then have a chat about what they've done, maybe learn a thing or two, see how people have got a different idea for what sort of animation or what story to create for the soundtrack, and then assign some scores. So that's next Sunday, and then maybe even jump into OpenToonz and try a couple of things. If you've got any questions about how things are animated, or maybe I'll see something that I want to try to reanimate myself, a small part of the work. And that's kind of what I was feeling for next Sunday. And then the following couple of Sundays I was thinking we might just have a bit of a drawing session. Pick on something like hands and try and just draw through a few images, get some practice in, and maybe you follow along and do some drawing with me to see what we can do. So that's kind of the coming weeks. That's no problem, Quadimon, because there's kind of two sides to this challenge. The main part of the challenge is you challenging yourself. So it's about you listening to the audio clip, getting an idea of what you think what story would fit that audio clip, and then putting it together. So it's about getting your creative juices running based on the audio clip. So for that, the challenge is a success. So congratulations for getting started. You've already started that process. The second part of it is actually working on the animation, doing a bit of drawing, getting some movement going. And the third part is completing the animation, so you've got a full animation that acts out the story that you intend. And if you take a look at previous entries, you'll see that lots of the entries are pencil tests. So there's no colour, there's no final ink line, there's no background in some cases, just the movement of the characters, and that's kind of what people are judging on. It's on the character movement and interpretation of the audio. So that's kind of the third stage, and the final stage is actually submitting it. And you can stop at any one of those stages. So by getting started, then you've succeeded in the challenge as far as I'm concerned. But if you want to share what you've done on the Discord server, either the next few days or even next month, if it takes you longer to complete, please do so. Always like to see that. And if you do get time to finish it, great. Submit it if you choose or not. It's entirely up to you. Thank you, Maria. Exactly that. Exactly that. Yes, it does, XD, every single month. And you can choose. You choose how you interpret the audio. It's always. That's not quite true. I was about to say it's always speech. It's almost always speech taken from a film or TV show. This one's from a TV show. Sometimes it's just audio of effects and background noise for you to interpret, always around 11 seconds, so it's not too long to work on during the month. Yes, Blifton, absolutely it can, because everything that you see moving on my screen here, so for instance, there we go. That's me. This was rendered out of Tahoma 2D. So my little name intro that pops up. And you can see through the background, so the alpha level on the background there is partially transparent. So that was rendered as a WebM format. All of these are WebM formats from Tahoma. So everything in here. So feel free to subscribe and hit that bell if you want to be notified about these streams and about my other videos. So all of these pop-ups are all rendered and generated from Tahoma 2D. So yes, absolutely. And I use them as well for composting into videos as well as on the stream. So that's exactly what you can do. Thinking of entering the May one. Awesome. That'd be great. That'd be great to see. As I say, this is the April one. For May, I won't have time, because I say next Sunday, the first chance during May is I'm going to do a bit of a review and a bit of a judging on the submitted entries. And the following couple of weeks, I'm going to do some drawing experiments in here. And then the following month, for June, I was going to enter in that one. And again, I'd encourage you all to join me on that. So see how much time you have to do that. Okay, let's crack on with this. So when I first drew this little sketch, I didn't actually draw any clothes here on the character. I just drew kind of a straight arm going to a hand. So I wanted to make sure that I had a sleeve, because I sort of realised and remembered that this person just climbed up a mountain, so it's very likely quite cold. So the second character has got bare arms and bare legs, so I might need to change that as well, so that she has sleeves. So that might be a small change that we'll make. We'll see. Okay, so there's the first drawing for the arm to come up. So I will copy these animation keys from the pencil level. So I'll just select them by clicking on the first key and then holding Control, clicking on the second, and then pressing Control C, going to the first drawing of the ink level and pressing Control V. And then the hand comes up here. And the positioning is slightly different because I traced over the already moved animation, so I can fix that by clicking on the first drawing, using the selection tool, highlighting the hand and then positioning it where the sketch is, and that'll just save messing about with redrawing it or replacing it. Okay, so the hand comes up. I go to a crazy side drawing, and I know how crazy this looks, so don't worry about it. We'll we'll come back, as I say, in coming weeks and practice some of these hands. Soda Pop, hello there, welcome. Good question. 1.6 is pretty good. I've only got one issue with it. That a couple of times I've had OpenToonz crash on these streams, after I've moved to another program and then click back into OpenToonz, it closes straight away. Don't know why that is. It's happened, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 times. Not happened yet today, but that has happened a few times since getting 1.6, which is a bit disappointing. So that's not great, not ideal. Apart from that, I'm really liking it. Everything's working smoothly. I really like the Rhubarb lip sync tool. I've used that for this project. Really useful to give me a head start. So I can't wait to make a video about that and shout about that to people. Brainoid, hello there. How are you doing today? Clone cells in the bottom of the cells tab. I haven't. How would that help? So you mean this option here in the cells menu? Why is that different from duplicate? I really like duplicate, but I asked a question over on the Discords earlier. I don't know if you're referring to that. Where I was asking about when you duplicate a drawing, how can you make the drawing appear at the end of the drawing list? Because for instance, if I've got a scene with a level of drawings 1 to 10, then I go to a different scene, and that's set up on the timeline to show the drawings in the right order. And then I go to a different scene, and I want to duplicate drawing 5. If I move to drawing 5 and duplicate, it creates a new drawing 6. I shuffle along the other drawings to 7 to 11 instead of 6 to 10. That means if I reopen scene 1, it's now showing the wrong drawings in the timeline. So I don't want to ever insert a drawing when I duplicate. I always want it to go to the end where the level is used between multiple shots, multiple scenes. So that's something I need to look into a bit deeper. And Tom, I saw your suggestion on Discord about copying in the level strip, and that's a kind of a good shortcut. I'll try that later on today. I've not had that yet, Casa. I haven't shut down while I'm drawing, but do, as I've said many times, do save regularly. The first button on my drawing tablet is Save All. So, as I've said before, always use Save All to save. Don't save individual drawings or the scene individually. It's always Save All. So I click that button all the time to make sure that it's saved. Okay, to clone the entire column. I've not needed that yet. Does it create a new level when it clones a column? I think it does, doesn't it? Because I've used it before. Here we go, Tom. Click and drag. Control click and drag to reorder drawings. Yes. Yes. Okay, Soda Pop. I really want to get into and understand all of the ways to duplicate cells and levels, individual drawings and levels, and also for merging. I did merging for the first time the other day to merge 2 independent Toonz raster levels, and that created a 3rd level. That's really useful. But I want to get into all of those and get it clear in my head of how you do each of them and what the benefits are. And now I'm going to kind of put a video together to explain to everybody else, possibly with a crib sheet, for me more than anybody else, to remind me which one is best to use in which circumstance. Agreed, Tom. Absolutely would be. Yeah, reordering drawings and having drawing order, it's really important to get into because you could easily mess up a previous scene, which isn't something that I want to do, especially if you sort of that we're doing, working on this challenge so close to the deadline. The last thing you want is to come back ready to re-render scene 2, and it turns out scene 2's drawings are all mixed up because of cloning, duplicating, inserting. That'd be horrendous. Cloning for cast shadows, Maria, great idea. So you've got the drawing already set up, clone the level, and then change all the colours down to black or a grey colour, and then you've got the same movement but in a shadow form. Right, let me throw some ink onto this horrendous hand. It's only shown for 1 frame, so again I'm not going to be concerned by it. I've shown the onion skin of the previous for one reason only, to make sure that I've got the thickness of the sleeve looking correct between the 2 drawings. Again, only shown for 1 frame, but I still don't want it changing size too much between drawings. Okay. This is, I almost hate to look at this. When I was looking at this drawing the other day, I wasn't happy at all. Let's get this the right way around. And I wasn't too sure whether I wanted to have the hands kind of as gloves, or as fingers. So I've kind of left them as fingers for now, and again it's one of those things that's not really important. So if I come back to the first drawing, I wanted to throw on the little separators between your 3 finger sections. If they're in gloves, of course you wouldn't see these. Let's quickly move off that to the next drawing. Okay, so a lot of today will just be me tracing lines and sort of drawing over what I've got. I'll do the inking and then do the painting on at least 1 shot, if not a couple of them. We'll see how we get on. But let's say if you have any questions, then do fire them through to me, and I'll try and answer them the best I can. In fact, let me erase all of that. Yeah, it's been quite interesting trying to draw hands in particular. Just kind of reminded me what I need to work on. Okay, that's the first hand, and then the second one comes in a second, and again I'll do it on the same level, so I'll press Alt D to create a new drawing. I'll move that over here to where the second hand appears, and we'll trace over that here. So again, use an animate tool to lift the hand up, so I'll extend that drawing for that time as well. So I use the same animation keys and then a couple of changes in the drawing afterwards. So let's trace over drawing 1 first. In fact, what I'll do first, same thing as I didn't do last time, I'm going to use the same animation keys, so let's actually copy the first couple for the hand coming up. The rest of them were just me adjusting the keys here and me just adjusting the position of the hand where it grabs onto the ground, I think I'll draw them in the right place this time. It's just the movement of the hand coming up for the single drawing that I'll copy the keys of. So I'll select the first key, hold Control, select the second, press Control C, go to frame 26 on my new ink level, Control V, and I need to make sure that the first drawing here doesn't move. So let's copy the previous key and paste that on the last drawing. Just bring these two back. In fact, just thinking about it, if I use the animate tool on the second hand, it will move the arm of the first one. So let me insert a column and I'll delete those two keys. And we'll draw that hand on a separate column. Let me delete empty columns. There we go. So it's the climber left hand. And I'll just use this for the hand moving upwards. So this one drawing here. So I can animate that using the animate tool. I've got a Huion tablet, Will. I always forget the name of it. Huion screen tablet. Is it 21 inches? It's quite a big one. I treated myself to the larger version. I was going to go for the smaller version, but I treated myself to the larger version because I knew I wasn't going to be buying another one anytime soon. So I bought this larger. I've had it now for about 4 years, working really well. If I was to buy another one, I think I'd stick with Huion. It's got a couple of issues, but I kind of can work around them. But in general, I really like how it works. So I'd probably stick with the same sort of model, probably a 4K version if I was to upgrade. And I would certainly have one with buttons down the side. Some people don't like buttons on the tablets. For me, it's so useful to flip between the pencil and the eraser to make sure I can save regularly, that kind of thing. So I definitely have tablet buttons. But yeah, Huion, really like it. Big fan. And I'm back. Okay, so where are we? So yes, in the separate column then, using the same level, it's fine to stick with the same level. Let's just trace over this. I will use the same animation keys, as I said. I can't believe that was a spelling mistake there. Right, so let me insert a new column, make sure I've got there we go. So I've got the left hand on its own. So let's copy those two animation keys. Control C, Control V. So now if I trace, the inked hand will stay with the pencil version of the hand, so I'll see it moving. Yeah, me too, Groovy. Say a couple of bugs, I've got a couple of issues that really annoy me, but by unplugging and replugging in the USB cable, it tends to sort them. When I first put the computer on and go to any kind of other program, it seems that there's an issue with scrolling up and down, which is a bit strange. So I've got to unplug the cable every time when I first put the computer on, which is slightly annoying. It's only happened since getting Windows 11, so I think it could be a clash between Windows 11 and the driver. So I'm expecting a future driver to fix that. Sometimes you lose the pressure sensitivity, but I've heard the same for other tablets, so again, I'm not too concerned about it. Everything else about the tablet, really happy with. Okay, so let's just trace this. I'll do the sleeve first. I've not closed these shapes. I'll do that with the colour of the fill when I get to the fill, I think. Okay. So again, the hand straight up like that, straight on. I'm sure there's problems people can see here, but I'm fairly happy with how this looks. It's when I turn the hand to the side that I've really got the issues. So I kind of want to crack on with this as quickly as I can. So I want to get through ink and paint of shot 1 and work into shot 2 for definite today. So again, let's put these little separators on the finger. Flies past quite quickly, but it's useful to have on here. Yeah, non-display. Again, people have got this issue that you need to have a display tablet. You really don't. I used a non-display tablet for maybe 10 years before buying this screen tablet. I was really happy with it. I mean, most of us use a mouse really easily without struggling too much, and that's kind of, in my view, the same as a non-screen display tablet, that you're not looking at your hand necessarily, you're looking at the screen as you're moving your hand. So yeah, works great. It depends. Some people also, Maria, have the keyboard close to the tablet, so you can keep one hand on the keyboard and then sort of, easily save and change tools and that kind of thing. So it depends exactly how you work. Oh, Soda Pop, when you've done that, looking forward to you sharing that. Absolutely. Everyone's got kind of a different idea and has different thoughts about how to use the software, uses different features, and I know you use some of the more advanced features, so absolutely looking forward to seeing that. Okay, so I've got this manky hand again for a single frame as it turns over. So let me just... I've changed the colour as well to make it easy to see which is the drawing I'm actually tracing over and which is the pencil test. Yeah, I don't really know. I strongly suspect that the users that are working on Studio Ghibli with OpenToonz would use Wacom tablets or Wacom tablets. So I strongly suspect they try to do that, but really it's just an input device. You don't aim any kind of software for a specific mouse driver or version of a mouse. It's kind of a standard input device. The same for tablets, should be fairly standard, but I know there are differences between them. So this, again, is a funny angle to try and draw from, but it is what it is. So again, I'm just going to quickly do something and then we'll move on. I did think about doing some nails on top of here. Great, Heiner, that's good. I've heard good things about XP Pen. So yeah, it doesn't surprise me. I don't know if I necessarily need to draw like the nails on here, but let me do that anyway, see if it helps to show sort of the angle of where the hand is sitting. I may well come back and change some of this later. And that drawing, I think, then just goes up to the end. Okay. So that's both the hands appeared. Let me draw the right arm, extend that over to the far right over here so we can still see that. And then the head turns up here, so just the head to add in. I agree, Hannah, no need to pay premium. No, especially if you're starting out like most of us are. Let's figure out what we're doing, how to do it, and then decide if we're going to continue with this longer term. Who knows, Soda Pop? Who knows if I had a Wacom, if that would work any better or not. Yeah, if I had more buttons, if there was sort of buttons across the top of my tablet, I may well set them up for other tools and other features like changing the view to reset the view, fit to window, exactly. But it's all about finding which commands you do the most, so which are more important for you to have mapped onto your tablet. Okay, so I've got this crazy head appearing using the animate tool. I wasn't sure if I wanted her to change her expression, so I'll be looking up as she came up, but I don't want to redraw the character each time, so I thought I'd use the animate tool first, create the movement, and then we can always hit the D key to duplicate and change the view of her face. So let me again copy those. I'll copy those animation keys. Trying to think how I want to do this. I want to keep the same view in all of the shots. So I already thought about something I want to change. Is the left hand. Let me remove those exposures. I only wanted the first part to use the animate tool. The rest are going to be associated with the same drawing here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate the drawings of the right hand, and I can actually turn off the pencil sketches now for all of those. So I'll press D on frame 35 here of the right hand to get a copy of the right arm. The same for the next two. Then I use the selection tool to highlight the left hand I drew, press Ctrl C to copy, go to the climber level and then Ctrl V. I'll move this to the same position. Doesn't need to be exact, but pretty close as I can. And then copy the next hand. And again, press Ctrl V and move that to the same position. And the reason I'm having to move it is because I had animation keys on the left hand column. And the final drawing, Ctrl C, and then paste that into that position. And then I can remove those three drawings from that column. So the second column of the climber's left hand is only for the hand coming up, and then the other drawings are in the same level, so I've got a single level with both those drawings in there. It's always interesting the mappings people use for the tablet buttons, and the way people use all of the same software, we all use it in a slightly different way. Yes, the Huron driver does the same, Heine, allows you to map different buttons for different applications. The driver software isn't very clear on that. I didn't realise for quite a while you could do that, but you can do that if you want to for different programs. And the stylus buttons as well is really interesting. I use the two buttons I've got on my stylus for right click to show the context menu, and the middle mouse button is the other button, so I can pan the drawing and I can also pan the timeline. by pressing that button and then just moving the pen. So they're my 2 buttons on the stylus. Yeah, they're updating them all the time, Soda Pop. I don't know if they're updating them quickly enough, and I've not checked for a while, so I should probably have another check to see if they've been updated since. Okay, so the next drawing is the head coming up. So I want the final position of the head, just here, to be in the same level as the arms and hand, but when the head comes up, I might do the same thing again to use this shared column below. So let me press D to duplicate a new drawing here. So that's drawing 17. So that's at the end, as I want it, at the end of the level strip. I actually don't want to duplicate, so I can just use the selection tool to delete that. So it's a blank drawing 17. So wherever the character first appears, I'll just trace that into this new drawing, and I'll use the animate tool to bring it up and down, and I'll copy it into the same level as the arms for the final version, the final position, so I can reuse it in the next shot. Yeah, I've seen the remotes, Amar. Welcome, by the way. Good to have you with us today. I've seen the remotes that you can get for Wacom or for other styles to work with your tablet. If I'm going to have a separate control panel, I figure I may as well use my keyboard, to be honest. I have got a separate USB number keypad that I've used in the past for editing videos. I mapped the buttons to some of the commands. That was useful, but that gave me a few issues. I think I bought a cheap version, and sometimes I got a double click. Sometimes it didn't click at all, so it wasn't very reliable. So I was quite happy to trade that in and not use that. So yeah, using the keyboard for the rest. It's easy enough to remember on the keyboard, plus they're all labelled. Okay, so let me trace this first. Let me hide the hand so I can see what I'm doing. And on this separate drawing, let's just trace over this little lady. That's because I went outside. So let's bring her into the scene and draw her up here. And again, the character design isn't the best here. But that's okay. We can work on that for future animations. For now, let's just use what we've got to get something in place. I don't like the way her ear looks either. Quite a thin line for the base sheet here, so I might make this larger just by a little bit. I am quite green over there, aren't I? I really should sort out my lighting and everything at some point. That's it, I had the ear drawn the wrong way. That's fine, that'll do for now. As I say, I can't be too concerned about how this looks. The main thing is to get it drawn and completed and submitted this month. Although while we're talking about tablets, there's one thing I do want to bring up that I've mentioned a few times now, but let me bring it up one more time. And that's something I don't see people mentioning too much when they talk about screen tablets versus non-screen. And that's the fact that for screen tablets, your hand gets in the way of drawing. As you're drawing, being right-handed for me, drawing to the right, I can't see what's under my hand as I'm going to the right, so it makes it hard to join up ends of lines. It's just something that isn't really mentioned, and I wish was mentioned some more. Absolutely, Amor. I mean, using a tablet is better than a mouse, and I've said to people when you're first starting, get the cheapest tablet you can. The price doesn't matter, just get a tablet to start working, because it's going to be improve your art by drawing using the hands to draw rather than tracing using a mouse. It's kind of a different sort of practice you can do. I know Jer, for instance, uses a mouse for some great artwork, but for most people, they're used to using a pencil or pen, so a tablet's going to be better, but you don't need to spend a lot of money on it. Just a second-hand one, the cheapest one you can find just to get started is good. It's Catsap. Hello, welcome. Not seen you for a while. I know you've been around here a while back. Good to have you back. Why don't you do an animation serial? Really straightforward answer, because I'm not good enough yet. This is the point of doing these small challenges and working on animations, and it's kind of what 2022 is about for me. It's about getting better at animation and drawing. But absolutely, I do want to try and create my own serial at some point. And make money on YouTube, not too concerned by that. That'll come if it comes. I'm more interested in what we're doing here for animation, personally. I am, Tom. I know. I need to sort out that green. For now, just think of me as the mini Hulk. Okay, so I tried to give a bit of an interesting hairstyle to be different from the first person, the other character that's already on the top of the mountain. So I thought sort of a plait on the side of her head at least to visually look different to the other one, just to give me something different for her and to sort of tell the characters apart. Not the easiest thing to draw. I don't know how far down the screen it would need to go, so let me just put it to there, like that. The Grinch? Casa chap. Yeah, maybe nearer Christmas you can think of me that way. I think the lines are probably too thin here, but I've already started now, so I'm going to carry on as we are. I think with the colour added, it ought to be fine, but we'll figure that out. This pupil's a little bit big, I made them a bit small really. Again, for the eyebrows, I'm happy for them just to be drawn as black lines. A little bit of an outfit. Purposely nothing too complex. Amar's in green, eh? Okay, so the first part of this animation is the character rising. And again, I should really have copied the keys first. This is one of those ongoing lessons to learn. So select the first key, shift select the second, press Ctrl C. So I've copied all three. I will then paste them over the level I've just drawn. And that immediately highlights something I did change, is that I flipped the drawing in the animation key. So we'll just flip that here. So using the selection tool, I'll highlight the character. Go to the horizontal scale and put -100 in there. Then I'll scale her back down. I and place her over the first drawing to match. This is where it's important, if you've already added animation keys, to copy them first before you start tracing. And hopefully I'll remember that soon. That'll do, that's fine. So again, because we've got an animation key on the previous drawing, I'll just copy that to the end so it doesn't change those drawings. Copy, select, paste. Not sure why that's moving to the left there for the same drawing. So make sure I copy that value and paste it in there. Right, that's the same. Hit save. Okay, and then that character bounces up, and I want the static position to be drawn on with the hands so that we've got it all in the same place, in the same single drawing level, which is there. Okay, so I'll take the selection tool. Let me create a duplicate drawing of just the hands first, which is now drawing 17. If I select the head and body here, and then paste it in drawing 17, it automatically flips it over. So I'm thinking it might be better if I might have to redraw that. Yeah, if I redraw that, that's going to be a lot better. I also need to draw in the shoulder and the arm there, so I'll do that in a second as well. Two, three, and then it settles. Okay. So if I go to the drawing in between and press the key button, that'll add a key there. I can then remove the key on the last one in a second. So let me change the colour and the opacity of that inked version. I will also hide the pencil version of the head here. So I've only got the inked one, so I don't get confused. So in drawing 17, I'll trace over this. And as it's still moving, it doesn't matter if I'm super accurate. It should be fine. So I'll go slowly to try and get it as accurate as I can. I do have smoothing on, so that'll help. So again, I'm not sure if this is necessarily the best way to do this kind of inking. It is a bit of a learning experience for me doing this project as well. No, The Grinch is one film I've never seen. I mentioned that earlier. The Grinch wasn't really a story that I knew about. I know it's kind of a bit of an American classic, but it's not something that we knew about really until the film came out. A few years old now, I imagine. Oh, I can't quite get this eyebrow. Okay, let's do the hat first then. Give me 1 second. So Double O, the deadline for this is the end of the month, which is actually next Saturday. So I want to get through a fair bit of this today with you around, so you can see what I'm doing and to give you kind of a chance to get some work done today if you want to join me in this. But you've got until Saturday, so I intend to work on this probably tomorrow night and Tuesday night to get it finished. And then I want to submit in plenty of time in case there's an issue with submission to give me more time. So submit Wednesday or Thursday maybe. And then you can make any last minute changes and you can update your submission, so you can pre-submit to get something uploaded first, see if you get time to finish any more and then update it if you want to. So the deadline for me really is Saturday in reality. Now I'm not wearing my drawing glove today, so my hand is kind of sticking a little bit on the screen, which is why I'm struggling to get the straighter lines. But the glove is kind of tucked away on the shelf up there, so I don't really want to get it out if I can help it, but I might have to during the break. It might be useful for me. I want to show a few creases in the hat here. So the reason I'm tracing this is because I first drew it with the head facing the other way, and I used the animate tool which scale, rotate and zoom it around. So I'd rather have a neat drawing for the image that's going to be on screen, because this will be on screen in the next few shots, and also will be what I'm using to create any other changes in the facial expression. So I want this to be kind of a neat version of the drawing. So let's ignore the hand here. Let's just draw the head first. So I'll get this shot finished, which is almost there now. Then we'll figure out some colour and colour this character in. Now take another short break, then move on to shot 2 and see how we can reuse this level drawing in the second shot. And hopefully not ruin this first one. Okay, so that's a larger version of this drawing 17. I want to duplicate that for the previous few drawings as well as she comes up, because you can see the shoulder there. So I might have been better off not using the animate tool for that. So let me bring this down to frame 48. And then what I'll do is I'll use the selection tool to move that around. But first, let me duplicate the next 3 drawings by clicking and dragging over the following 3 and pressing D. So I get a duplicate drawing of this. Now, drawing 17, I can click and drag that to move it up to match that position. And again for the next one. The penultimate one, and the final position is correct. So now I can draw the shoulder in here as well. So clicking save before we do that. Oh, I'll move the hand, of course. Oh, that'll teach me. So let me start clicking undo and cross our fingers that undo works. Yeah, because I've drawn that over the hand. Ooh, that was a mistake. That was a mistake.
What is this place?
Okay, so that is drawing this final position there. So that's frame 51. That's okay. We can sort this out. That's frame 51. So let's duplicate that. Frame 51 is correct. So I need to move everything but the hand on these previous drawings. Right. So, using the selection tool, I can get it right. Using the selection tool, I kind of want to delete the bottom part of the body and the hand. Let me just check, this should work, from these drawings. And I could paste the hand on afterwards. Fine. So let's just move the position of this part of the head. Right. This all works. So I can position this up here. Then I'll copy and paste the hand and the bottom part of the head in the right position as well. Yep, so on the previous drawing, I can copy all of the right hand, Control C, and just paste it in place in all of those positions. And then drawing 20, I can then start drawing the shoulder in place. I want to copy the body. So for that, let me just draw it in. That won't take too much to do. So the last few frames here. And because they say the character is moving, you kind of won't notice if the lines are slightly off, because they go past quite quickly. And the bottom line there isn't seen anyway, so that's fine. Okay, I'll just do the same for these last couple of frames as well. Okay, well, almost there at the end of shot one. That's not too bad, is it? I think I'm pretty happy with that. I know using the animate tool will kind of confuse things a little bit. It's again one of those things to learn. Oh, it's also worth me mentioning that I'm planning to make a video about this little project and this little animation. Just to show some clips from the stream, chat about what I did, how I did it, the sort of the workflow I tried going through, what worked, what didn't work. But then also at the end I was going to include my finished animation, and if you wanted me to, I was also going to include some of your animations for this project as well. So if you're interested in that, either send me a copy of your animation on the Discord server, or upload it to a stream, an online drive like Google Drive, and then send me the link to where you've uploaded it to. And then also include the name you want displayed, and maybe a social media account or the YouTube link to where you've uploaded your video, and I'll include that in the description of my video as well. So it'd be good to share what we've all been working on this same project. So if you're interested in that, then please do drop me a copy and let me know. I will mention it again on the Discord server. I'll drop a message out to those of you that have already said you're taking part. I thought I'd mention that today while we're online. Okay, so that's those. So let me drop a key on that last position of the head here. Bring that back, and then I can delete those keys. And now hopefully you can see how we move from the animate tool keys on the column that says climber left hand to the drawings that I've drawn into the top column called climber. So it's kind of split between the two columns to allow me to get use out of the animation tool as well as to draw things by hand myself. I'll need to have a think about how to include these drawings to go behind the level of the ground the climber is coming up behind. I'll have a think about that in a few minutes, I think, after the break, of quite how I'm going to do that. Had a little think before, but I'm not quite settled on a solution for that. So let me just draw up the shoulder here. Turn on the onion skin to make it easier to see what I'm doing. So this needs to come from just above there. And coming down again. And in the final position, I don't need the onion skin. Like that. So if I hit save, I'll turn off the pencil lines there. Once I can find them, that is that one, good. So now I've only got the ink lines. So let me just see how that looks. Fit to window, rewind, and then hit play. I saw some madness there. I need to just adjust those keys, animation keys here. So using the animate tool, put it in the all mode. Let's make sure we've got the right scale and position for this hand. I thought I had it once, but obviously I've change something, rotation, put that back to 0. Oh, it's because I flipped, that's what I did. Let me undo a couple of those. Because I'm using the same column for both translations. So I need to go to the scale and put that on 100 on each of these keys, rather than minus 100. So this is the issue with using the animate tool sometimes, to remember where you've put everything. Right, so now I can scale this back up to the right size and place it in the right place. That'll do just there. And again, the final position up top here, place it there. So let's see. Actually should be the same, so I should be able to copy that over there. There's a small change again. Rotation should be 0 for both of these. Hit save. Let me go to the animation tab and take a look at what the actual values are there. Bit of a pain having to do this, but let's get it right. So it's this one here for the climber, left hand. Let me show all animated keys here. Okay. So rotation doesn't need to rotate at all. So I'm going to delete all of those. Delete anything where the value doesn't change. That's easy to see what we're looking at. So the arm comes up. I don't want the X position to change, so I can remove those two keys. Just copy this in that last position. Make sure the scale stays at 100 for all of this. Right, let's see how that looks. Turn off the onion skin, rewind and play. Back to the drawing level, let's see how that looks from here. Hand comes up and down, second one does, and down. So I've kind of confused things by having this on the same column. I really should have had a different column for that. So in fact I will add a new column just to simplify this. Delete the keys I don't want. This is the kind of thing I was expecting to happen. So let's reposition, start again. It's the best bet at this stage. Okay, so I'm using the all setting. Let's put that in the center. Bring this drawing over. I need to flip it, so I use the H scale to -100. Now I can resize this to be larger, rotate it to fit, and then scale this up. Holding Alt allows me to rotate slower and scale slower to give you more control over that. And as I say, this is where perhaps just drawing it right in the first place rather than using the tools might be better. Okay. Then the final position for this, roughly there. Let's see. Okay, extend that drawing to the end. So it's quite a thin line. I probably should have drawn that thicker, so I might regret that later. We'll see how that looks. If necessary, I will just make it larger and trace over the top to redraw that if I need to. Okay, so that's now ready for a bit of colour, but before I do, I'm going to take a short break, top up my cup of tea, which is now empty, and then we'll add the colour to this shot, and then come back and work on shot number 2. So I'll see you in about 5 minutes. And welcome back. Okay, so I've been thinking about how to layer these drawings, because ideally you want the girl character to be behind the mountain and the hand and arm to be in front of it. So you either create two separate levels or sets of drawings and leave the hand and an arm in one position in front of the column in front of the ground level, and the second one behind it in a separate column, or I've got to erase the character to make sure they stay exactly behind the mountain each time. And I've not got much animation with this character, so I'm not too concerned. I think I'll leave it on a single level for now, and I may well regret it later, but we'll see how that goes. So let's add some colour. So for now we want this climber to be behind the ground level. So I need to move this column. No, the climber is, oh, this is confusing, is in front. But the hand comes up behind. And it's only during this initial shot that I need to be concerned with the ordering of this. So what I'll do is I will insert a column above this one. I'll take a copy of the ground. I'll place that in that column to be in front. I'll copy the key so it's the same in the same position as the one behind. I want the hand to appear there to come from behind, and then this one separately. So this is quite tricky on which way around to do it. I've not seen it yet. Is it out already, Dr. Sharma? I've not. I know it's due out today, but I've not watched it yet. I've been looking forward to this like everybody else for the past 5 years or so. Let me take a quick look into my subs. Yes, 24 minutes ago. Yeah, I've not had a chance to watch that yet. So I'll take a look at that after this stream, I think. Looking forward to it. What's your reaction? What do you think to it? So I've got the animate tool moving. That part has got to be behind. And then when it lands, it's got to be in front. So let me insert another column above, and I'll have to start moving them over, I think, which is kind of tricky. Insert above, let's get this right. So the hand's got to come up behind it, there. As I say, since something we'll have to consider for the next set of shots, just this first shot here. Okay, so that's then behind. So in the same drawing, different drawing level, was that behind. Okay, I can see that. So I can copy this to there. Copy that key to there. So that is now in front. Okay. Yeah, has anybody else seen the Chronicle of Pi cartoon yet? And then this hand is coming behind as well. So let's bring that over to here, I guess. And then drawing 16 must be in front. So it's behind, and then that's in front. Okay. Fresh hot cup of coffee, good. Well done, Will. Me too for my fresh hot cup of tea. And I found out my drawing glove as well, which should help me doing some inking, because my hand was kind of skidding a bit on the tablet screen. Okay, let me just sort out these other drawings here so I can remove those. Remove those, I think. Up and on top. Hold Control so I can extend that out without changing the rest. Let's have a look. Up and on top. Then the left one comes up from behind and goes on top, and it's in front. The character, she's now behind, and she can actually stay behind. I can have the hands there, but the drawings here, I don't really need the arms and hand, do I there? So I'm trying to think about how to get these drawings behind and in front of this ground level at the same time, and the best way to sort of organise them. I'm starting to think that I don't want the arms and hand in the same drawings as the head. So sort of go backtracking a little bit on what I had before. So if I turn on, I've got the sketch level here. I don't think I need those separate drawings at the bottom. So if you bear with me for a few minutes while I try and work this out to get my head around this. So the character's coming up from behind. That drawing there, if I grab the eraser, I don't need the arm or the hand level. Let me take the opacity of that down. So I think if I move up the size, nothing too mad, and then I can just erase the arm and the hand from here. I'll tidy these up in a minute using the cursor keys to move across. No, not drawing 16, to get this right, hit save. It's this drawing here. I'll hide that one to only show the head. So the head moves up, and then drawing 17 is where I've then got the hands in that I do not want. So I think 17 to 20, I don't think I want those at all. So I'll choose those drawings in the level strip, select them, right click and choose cut. So these show as red. I'll change all of these down to drawing 16 using the Q key. So because they're red, I can just delete them and then extend drawing 16 to the end. Fine. Oh yes, the thing on your head, the bobble that you wanted to bounce as you walked. Yeah, absolutely. No, it's not a weird thing at all to ask. That's exactly what the Discord server's there for you to chat about what you've made, to share what you've made, and to get opinions. So yeah, no, I'm glad you've done that. Be interesting to see what other people say. I'll take a look after the stream, and I'll let you know what I think as well. But I'm sure there's plenty of people who will take a look and let you know about that. Okay, so let me extend this drawing, which is the climber here, 14, 15, 16. Drawing 16 is just the hands. I've got them in front now. So what's 14 and 15? Oh, it's the hand behind and then the hand on top. So I can get rid of drawing 16 there. So I've got the hands in front. That's right. And then the climber is drawing number 17. And they want to come up, she wants to come up from behind, starting here to last her at the end. Let me copy that animation key there, this animation key here, but then with the sketch behind, check on the right drawing. 16. That should be drawing 17. Why can't I see this drawing? It must be just the animation key. Use the selection tool. Hit save before going any further. As I say, bear with me. I'll be there. I'll be caught up with you shortly. So let me take this position using the animate tool. There we go, that's where she is. Roughly there. The final position wants to be roughly there as the height, and then comes down to about here. Right. So now I don't need that column, so I can delete that. Good, okay, I think we're there. Let me rewind and fit to window, show you just the camera view. Let's take a look. Oh, some animate tool craziness here. Need to make a glow for every little flare in the firework explosion. That's fine, that's fine. I mean, have you hand drawn each of the flares? You mean the flare is in a separate drawing in a separate column? If so, if you go to your schematic, if you go to your FX room here, if you've added a glow, so let me go to the light glow effect, instead of plugging just one column into that, instead of that, if you also add layer blending INO, or you've got a choice to be honest, but if I go to the INO and go to the over node, you can add a number of columns into the over node, and you can state which is going to be the, in fact not that one, because that's only got a foreground and a background. Let me just try the standard over node. Yes, so as you plug your columns into the over node, it creates another input. So plug them all into the over node, and then plug that one over node into the glow, and then every column that goes through the over node will also have that glow. So you can apply it to multiple columns if that's what you're after. But then, as Tom said, you've also got the particle effects if you want to use those. So you've got a few options for putting this together. It depends kind of how you've built it. So it might be easier if you can share some screenshots on the Discord server showing your timeline with all the columns, and if you explain which columns are which, and also the schematic, so you can get some help on the effects. But yeah, it's not a problem, you can do that, you can group things together to apply the effects to more than one at once. So let me just see which column is which, make sure I've got things working correctly. Okay, so let me insert a column above this. And again, it's because I'm sharing a column for multiple different animation drawings. That's what's caused the issue here. So let me delete those keys there. And these keys here. So that's the arm coming up and landing, his right arm. And the left arm comes up and lands using the foreground. Right, separate drawings there. That's on the foreground column for both. Then we've got the head coming up behind, and that can stay behind. Let's save that. 1, 2, head. That's all we need. And let's turn off the pencil test now for that. That's right, yeah, it's one of those hidden features, Tom. I came across that once. There's lots of them with holding Control or Alt or Shift as you move things around. But yes, that is one of those options. Yeah, particle effects are really good. You've got to have a bit of play with them, but you've got some good basic ones already set up. Okay, so let's add some colour into this. Now we can see where things are. So this is the ground column. So I don't need the other ground column, so I'll delete that just to simplify things. I don't need any of these other columns for the sketch level, so let's move the mountains up here as well. And I will make them all visible, I think, because it'll be easier to pick the correct colour. So bring up the opacity of the foreground as well. Yeah, rendering out the effects to PNGs and then re-importing those to your scene is really handy, saves a lot of time. Yeah, absolutely. And of course, once you've rendered out those PNGs, you can always go back to the effects scene, make some changes, re-render them. Then when you go to your other scene that uses it, it'll pull in the new PNGs as well. Okay, let's get some colours for this character then. Let me just label the column so I can see that's the arms and hand. There. Then we've got the ground level here. I said climber. It's actually various. The climber here is the climber head. And I'm labeling the columns because I may come back to the shop to make changes later. It'll be easier to see which is which. And then we've got various things in this one. This is the climber arm moving and the hand moving. That's the temporary arms. And then we've got the left hand moving. So all this complication is because I've used the animate tool rather than just redrawing, which might have just been quicker in the end. More coffee, absolutely, Jay. Let me have some of my tea. So that took a lot longer than it should have, thanks to the animate tool. So again, lessons learned, it might be better to not use the animate tool in the final animation, but just to quickly trace what you had. Let's throw some colours in then. So, add a new colour. And we want the skin colour first, so sort of a pinky colour maybe. I'll pick any old colour first. I'll just fill in the hand, and then I will adjust the colours afterwards once I can see something on screen. That'll do for that. So again, let's start labelling these palette edges, so I'll be using them again later. Then we've got the sleeves. I can't have everything a brown colour, I was going to make it brown, so let's pick a purpley blue colour. Again, filling the colour in on screen first, and then adjusting the colours after is a lot easier to see than just trying to change it in the palette edit area. Absolutely, very important. So that's quite bright. So let's bring down the saturation, make it a little bit darker. the next hand as it comes up, that's down here, the left hand moving. It's in the same level, so I can still get to the same colours. So I can pick the skin colour, and with fill tool selected, fill in the skin. And they can't do the sleeves because there's no, it's not filled in at the bottom, I suspect. So let me change the opacity here. There we go. So now I can see I've not drawn a line at the bottom. I think I seemed to say, mentioned earlier. So let's just draw that here. And now when I fill, that'll fill in the sleeve. When it gets to the top, I need to colour that in as well. Let's come back to the left, make sure we've got all of the left hand colour. So again, that'll need filling in. So choosing the brush, let's draw the line at the bottom. I should really have drawn that in the black, would have been better. Fill in the sleeve, fill in the skin. Fill in the terrible skin and draw the line to close the shape and fill the sleeve. Right, okay, so the arm comes up, goes a bit crazy, so again let's get the brush tool, close that shape off, fill in the sleeve, and close that off and fill in the sleeve. It depends well which level type you're using in particular. If you're used to using the vector levels, filling can be a little bit trickier. This is why I like the Toonz raster levels. Filling is much smoother for me, much easier, works more reliably. Make sure they're closed shapes. So choose the skin, fill, and fill the hand. I've not drawn any nails on here as I did before, so let me throw a few little ones on here. And then when the hand lands, again, fill in the skin. Go to the right level, there we go. I've not got a nail colour yet, so let me throw one of those on as well. I've not really planned to have nails. Go to draw under, and I can draw the line, hopefully under that. So I can fill those in. Use the paintbrush tool just to paint this last one in. Make that quite small. Makes it easier to throw some colour down where you don't necessarily want to have a closed filled shape. Okay. That's the hand down. See a crazy line there, so using the eraser in lines mode. Let's try and tidy this up and get rid of some of that overlapping line. And we can tidy this up even more later if we want to. So in this one we can fill in the sleeve and the skin as well. Okay, next is the person. So again I'll use the skin colour for the skin. Let's go to the right level. That's fine there. Let's start adding some colours in here. We use the same colour as the nails first off for the eyes. We'll adjust that a little bit as need be. The hair, remembering to label them. Got the hair, hit save. Hair colour, there's kind of a orangey purple possibly. And you should be able to click and draw over all of this and it should fill in those like that. We'll come back to the colour in a second. Make sure it's on full opacity, good. The hat. Second question first. No, the effects work in any level. Not all effects work on all level types though. All effects work on vector and Toonz raster levels. Some effects don't work on standard raster levels, but they're the ones in the Toonz folder. So if I go to the schematic, the effects room, if you go to the Toonz level, those effects there don't work on vector, sorry, they only work on vector and Toonz raster, not standard raster. The other effects work on any level. The best place to go to, I think, is the questions, OpenToonz questions room, to share the images, to ask the question of how do I do this, how could I do that, is the best place. Okay, so hat, trying to think of different colours without going too mad. So we can make this fully purple, so it's similar to the clothing. So the sleeves, I'll use that on the front of the bodysuit, and then behind that, slightly different colour, bring us more around to blue for those two areas, and we can adjust these again later if we want to. The hat rim, might want to change that to a different colour, so let's add another one for that. So that's the hat edge. We'll make that slightly darker, and that should be about it for those. Let's bring up the colour or the opacity of the background, rewind, show the camera view and fit it to the window. We'll see how that looks. Consensus, so Cridian, consensus on Windows Ink on or off? It depends. Basically work with OpenToonz with it in one setting, see how it works, change it to a different setting, restart OpenToonz and then see how it works, because there's the Windows Ink in the Windows settings, and in these settings on your touch tablet settings enable Windows Ink support. So try turning one Windows on, OpenToonz off, Windows on, OpenToonz on, and then Windows off, OpenToonz on, Windows off, OpenToonz off. So try all four combinations and see which works best. If it's working fine, if you can draw okay, you've got pen pressure, no need to change anything. That's all it helps, is the pen pressure and the accuracy of drawing. So only change it if you think you need to. Okay? And welcome to the server, by the way, to the stream. Good to have you here today. I don't believe I recognise your name. Have you been here before? If not, welcome. Glad you're here. So let's see how this looks then. One hand, two hands, head. Fine, simple as that. That's all I want. I'm not adding any extra shadows today. I'm missing the shoulders actually. I think in the change where I removed those extra frames, I didn't add the shoulders in, so I need to add that in to connect the right arm up on there. Probably need to add a left shoulder at some point as well to handle that. So that's the climber behind, is that drawing. So I think I still need drawings for 48, 49, so 48 to the end here. If I press D to create some duplicates here and then hit save, and now I can draw the shoulder in as a separate drawing here. Thanks, Jay. I've got a couple of them like this. So let's quickly throw this in here then. So I want to have the shoulder, choose the ink colour, let's label that to ink so we don't get mixed up. Yeah, have it coming off just above where the body part is there. Turn up the smoothing a bit. and then join that onto the arm. So it's just above there, okay. So using the cursor keys, I'll check I've got this roughly the right shape. Yep, that's fine. Bring up smoothing a bit more. Try to make it easier to get that arm on there. Draw the, oops, that's too high. Okay, and the final one. Yeah, I've mentioned quite a few times that The Nightmare Before Christmas is one of my favourite films. I've got 3 mugs. Turn around the other way so you can see Jack. Yeah, 3 mugs with him on here. And having a gigantic mug like this means I've not got to keep running away so often to make a cup of tea. Okay, so now I just need to draw the closing of that shape so I can fill it in. Just let me bring down the opacity of the arms. Let's get it right. So I can see through the arm a little bit. And then, in fact, that's on the same level as that. So if I just hide the head, or bring down the opacity of the head, I don't need to change this one, so I can see clearly where I am. Okay, because that's going behind the head. I'm trying to think of the order. The head is behind the arm. It's kind of the wrong way around to where this is. Oh, Coraline, I love that film. Buttons for Eyes. Yeah, a bit spooky. I watched that with my son when it first came out, and he was a little bit younger than he is today, obviously. Yeah, a bit spooky, that film. The other parents were a bit creepy, I thought. So I need this line really in the behind, not in the front. So let me again slap through some undos. This is one of those things where planning would really help. So in the behind drawings, I'll duplicate to create some duplicate drawings to edit on. If this will let me create a duplicate, yeah. D and D. There we go. I was pressing the wrong key on my keyboard. Paranorman. That's a CGI though. So really the genre for me is stop motion for Jack and for Coraline. Yeah, I agree, Maria. Ahmed, hello, welcome. Good to have you with us. Yeah, I love a bit of animation, and it's just a hobby for me. It's a bit of fun, and for most people that come around to the streams and hang around in the community. Some people want to do this for a profession. For me, I'm quite happy to work on it just part-time for a bit of fun. Paranorman's a great film. It's a bit of a film that passed me by for a while, and I saw it on TV a little while back. So that's on the head level, that's right. I saw it on TV and just caught up with it. It's like, yeah, pretty good film. I don't know why it didn't do better. I mean, is Paranorman CGI or is it stop motion? It's been a while since I've seen it. Thank you, appreciate it, Ahmed. So let me try again with this. So I'm now on the head level doing this, so I can draw the lines behind the arms to join them in. you try that and then choose the fill option in the sleeve colour. And now if I bring up the colour, the opacity of that, a little bit thick I think on the shoulder, but we'll change that. Corpse Bride, yes it is. Again, that feels like the sister film to Nightmare. One of my favourites. I saw that with my niece years ago. Terrified her, but she loves it now. It's one of those things that when things scare you, sometimes it's a good thing. Okay, so let's just do these other shoulders. Yes, the bit that scared her was on the bridge where he's looking for her and... oh no, he's running away from her and he turns round on the bridge and she's standing in front of him and she says, "I do." Yeah, I remember she was very uncomfortable with that. Okay, this is using the slightly thicker line in the arm, so the line thickness is going to be a bit of an issue, I'm sure, at some point. I'm going to fill in each one as we go. Oh, Aardman, of course. Love the Wallace and Gromits. Creature Comforts that they did years ago. The adverts on TV. Chicken Run, one of my favourite films. So it's coming down, so really this needs to come down as well a little bit. Yep, so again, let's just fill this in with the purple straight away. Now we can go to the last drawing and add it in. Yeah, do. So it brings one over here a bit to the left, and then the shoulder. And again, fill it in, and we'll see how that looks. So bring up the opacity of all the columns, fit to window, hit save all, rewind, let's see what we've got. Yeah, pretty simple movement, I like that. Yeah, I know what you mean. You need that extra bit of, I was going to say sparkle, but for you it literally is sparkle. I've already planned at the end of this to add a few extra things to the cartoon. I want to add a couple of effects. So I'd like to blur the mountains in the background, add a bit of camera blur as I zoom in and out a little bit. So we'll get to that separately. But that is shot one. So I'm going to render that out. And I'd already set up the render settings, so that'll render out to the correct file, and then we'll go on to shot 2 and see what we can do. So for shot 2 I need to reload this level. I need to make sure I've taken all of the appropriate drawings. So it's drawing number 25 for the head and drawing number 16 behind. So I think what I need to do is write this down, so I'll be doing this a couple of times. So grab a piece of paper, just grab a pen, bear with me 1 second. Okay, so I said drawing number 16 is the arms in front and 25 is the head behind. Okay, so that's rendered out. Let me just check on disk that I've got that shot completed. So here's the shot. No, that's a different folder. Let me go back to my... Where are we? Let's bring this over here as well. There's my outputs. There's my Explorer view. There's shot 1 just rendered. Fine. Minimize that. Let's load shot 2. So I suspect that once I get going, I'll be moving much quicker than I have so far. Skip to the first frame here. So let's add in these 2 levels that we already had. So let's see what we've got. We've got the pencil drawings here first. So you've got the shoulder there, I'm not really using. Oh, it's the mouth on the other character, the body on the other character, and then we've got the head, the arms on there. So let's bring these 2 down, just to keep them separate. So all of the top few are the character in the background. 2 for here. There's a ground I'm not using, and then the actual ground there. So let's just rewind and take a look at this scene. So quite a lot happening. Let me put the sound on for that so we can hear it.
Hi. I made macaroni if you want some.
So some lip sync happening in there. Bit of camera movement and looking up and down. So first let's bring in this character that we've already drawn. It needs to be spaced around the cliff top. We'd already decided that. So I'll insert below, and behind the cliff will be the character's head, which is frame 25 of this level. So let me load the level from the drawings folder, and the character is called Ink Climber. So let's load that. We only want frame 25, so I'll delete the rest for now. Let's bring this forward here. Frame 25. These last few drawings are used for the hand. They aren't coloured. Let me just double check on scene 1 that I've coloured all of those in. Let's start off by being organised. No, so I didn't finish colouring that. So colouring the skin level. There. That is, and they're fine. So what drawing is that? It's drawing 14. And then 15. Yeah. So these last few drawings I'm not even using. I just duplicated them. Drawing 26 is the hand straight up. Yep, that is drawing 26. Those 3 I can delete, so let's remove those by selecting them on the level strip and choosing cut. 26 I'm using, but ideally that would be shown sooner. So what I'm going to do, I see some blanks at the top. I'm going to use the selection tool, draw around it, Control C to copy. Let's go to an earlier drawing. The first 10 I need. Can I insert before 21? Would that create drawing 20? No, that creates 21, so I don't want to do that. I want to put the hands sooner. So I'm going to move drawing 25 to the end by copying that and pasting that at the end. So drawing 25 should now be drawing 27, because I need to duplicate that at some point. So towards the end here, we're showing drawing 25. So if I highlight all of those and press W to 27, that's now in the right order, with the final drawing being the head in the right position. And the reason I wanted to do it this way is so I could use the D key to duplicate, and it'll add the drawing afterwards. Jose! Hello there. Welcome to the stream again today. I'm doing really well, thanks. So pleased to get to the colouring stage for this little animation. How are you doing today? So last week and during the week, I finished off the pencil test for where I wanted to see everything positioned and moving to in here. Today I'm doing the inking for this, working around a few foibles to work out quite how to do it efficiently. So it's not going as smoothly as it perhaps could do, but we're getting there. Shot 1 is now finished, so I will render that out. So I'm really rendering out exactly what I've got here. So I don't know if you've seen the previous weeks, Jose, that I'm working on a small animation for the 11-second club challenge. I don't know if you've come across that. Let me know if you want to know more. But we're working on that, and the deadline is next Saturday. So today is the last Sunday I can work on this. So now I've got the inks all completed. I'm going to take all of the levels that aren't the audio. I don't even need the audio for this one. I'll take all of those and I will collapse those into a sub X sheet. So that's the pencil test. So now I've got the animatic and pencil test at the bottom here as two separate columns, and everything else are the columns that I want. So I'll hit save, and then because that's finished, I will go to the backup tool and just add a backup named version. So I can say it's after ink and paint. Shot 1. Make a copy. Okay, let's load shot 2. No, Casa, no, I really wish I could say yes. I'm really not finding any time to get that done at the minute, unfortunately. So desperate to, absolutely desperate to. The next thing I want to do, which I hope to do in a couple of weeks, I've got the next few weeks regular Friday videos planned what I want to make, and then I want to re-record the introduction videos for my first course, but using OpenToonz 1.6, so you've got a proper introduction using the latest version. So I'm keen to get that done first before I get to any new courses. Okay, so let's look at shot 2 then. So remind myself what happens. So the climber has climbed up in the background. The nearby mountaineer that's up here is already up here and says hello.
Hi. I made macaroni if you want some.
And then the camera zooms out to see the full scene. Yeah, I'd love to get to it. Desperate to. Absolutely desperate to. It's finding time, unfortunately. Okay, so the drawing was 27 in the end. So I can delete all but that one. So this is the climber. Let's name this column again. Climber head, which is behind the cliff top. So I can use the animate tool to place the person in the right place. I can also use the H scale to flip them, -100, so they're facing the opposite way. So I can put them in the right place with a small bit of rotation, holding the Alt key to rotate slowly. Doesn't need to be exact, but roughly there. Hit save. And then in front of the cliff top, let me right click on the cliff top and insert a column above. And in there I will have a copy of that level, but I'll change the frame number to frame 16. So if I make this larger, you can see the number there, 24 down to 16. And now I can use the animate tool again to scale this to roughly the right size. If I put the center point at the elbow, actually, I can then hold Alt if necessary and scale down to roughly the right place. My hands look quite small there, so I think I need to just ignore what I had before. And let's move the character. I've got the arm in sort of the wrong place there, so let's bring the elbow over a little bit more. Make sure the hand is above the edge of the cliff, so it looks like it's really coming over. Thank you, Jose. I appreciate that. If I don't get everything done that I want to get done in time, all I'll do is I'll simply submit what I do have. So hopefully it'll be in a state that it can be submitted, but I think we'll be okay. So let's name this to be the climber hands, because they're in front of the cliff. The climber head, let's position that so the arm makes sense. Let's rotate it a bit more so it can be a bit higher. And I'm aligning the arm to fit onto the elbow there. Like that. Are you working on anything, any animation, Jose, at the minute? So let's work on the climber first, and then we'll come back to the first character. So I'll zoom out on the timeline a little bit, and looking at the columns, it's the top few columns I'm interested in. I can see some animation keys on those. We'll see where they're moving things to. So the character sits still for a while, and I've got a bit of an eye blink, and then they start to turn. So that's where I need things to change from. So up to frame 83, I need to have the same drawings. I don't think the hands change at all throughout the animation, so I'll move those to last throughout to the end. Yep, so I need the eyes to blink, so I can start making duplicates now. And because this drawing is drawing 27, the last one on the level strip, just up here, if I press D on the following frame to duplicate it, it'll create a new drawing, which is drawing 28. So it won't affect the earlier scene because it's adding a later number to the level. So now in here I can just erase the eyes and do a bit of a closed eye blink. Now I've gone straight from open to close, but I think I will have a slowly closing of them. So use the eraser tool. Before we go any further, let's start changing some of these columns so I can clearly see which are which. I want to have the pencil columns, as I've done already, shown in a different colour, so I'll choose yellow and bring down the opacity. I'll do the same for the head, make that yellow and bring down the opacity. So the top two columns, in fact the top few columns, are for this first character. Let's bring that down, and then column number 4, do the same for that. So if I zoom out a little bit, all of those lines will be shown as yellow. So let's just make sure they're visible enough so I can see what's happening, because yellow is quite light anyway, to be honest. So the eyes closed for 2. Let me go a bit larger so I can see the drawing numbers. There we go. And then there's a slight turn of the head, and then face the other way. And that's using the animate tool again. So let's just do this eye close using the eraser here. Just catching up with the chat. No problem, Kozo. Thank you for asking about that. Yeah, if you go to the Discord server and share a link to the work over there, I guess you're on about the vignette. Is that done in OpenToonz or Tahoma, I'm guessing? Feel free to share that. if you're unsure about these sort of things, feel free to drop me a private message on Discord with any links that of things you want to share. And if it's not advertising or unrelated to animation, I'm happy for people to share links on the Discord there. I think you're right, Jose. Animation definitely the funnest way to practice perspective and also figure drawing. That's kind of where I need to go next, which is why I've kind of got these cartoony characters in this little scene here. Yeah, I need more practice in both those two areas too. And doing it in animation forces your practice in perspective, especially if the character's moving in perspective. So yeah, definitely well worth doing. So using the erase tool here, I'm going to just choose to erase. In fact, I'll erase lines and areas rather than just one of them. That's annoyingly the undo didn't work then, so let me go back just to check what I've got. Yeah, it's removed that key. Let me just a quick experiment. Press undo again. Yeah, it sometimes gets confused with the key tool for adding and removing animation keys. So I'm going to hit save, close and reopen OpenToonz just to start again with that. Yeah, it really does. I'd love to take some time one of these Sundays and for you, Maria, as well, to join us if you want to, as we've talked about, to practice some perspective drawing, whether it be of characters or simple shapes or what have you, probably starting with like cubes, moving them around. And animation, and using animation would be a good way to do that, as you say. Okay, so let's go back to the climber head and put him in the right position again. So, using the all option, I'll flip her over to minus 100%. Let's pop her back down here. That's about right. And let's go back to erasing the eyes. So the top part of the eyelids here, make it a bit smaller, be easier to manage, and a little bit across the bottom as well. So using the brush tool with the ink colour, turn the onion skin, I can see the previous lines. Yeah, so next week we're going to do a review and a marking of the entries for this month's 11-second club. And then following that, we've got a couple of weeks, 2 or 3 weeks before the following one. I kind of like to get some practice in, so that when we come to doing the next 11-second club, I feel a bit more confident with some of my drawing. So I'm looking forward to doing that. So let's just get these lines drawn, make sure we're on overall. Move the bottom of the eye up a little bit. And then again, the next one, I'll press D to duplicate and we'll close the eye fully. So using the erase tool, this can go larger now. Oh, nice. You've got a pretty cool workflow already, Jer, so yeah, looking forward to seeing that. So just erasing all of this, and then let's draw a closed eye like that. So the really tightly shut eye. Yeah, I want to use these challenges to work on kind of my workflow, to figure out what's going to work for me, for the way I like to draw and what I like to see, the style of animation I like to see. So let me fill those in. Using the paintbrush tool where need be to cover any gaps. In the previous drawing again, turn off the onion skin And now I can fill in where the skin is and where the eye is, because I've got the colours labelled there nicely. Just check if I need to fill that in or if that is, I think that's on a different level, so I'll ignore those lines for now. Yeah, this is definitely a fun experience for me to figure out some of these little issues. Okay, so the eye's closed and then it starts to turn. So I've got a bit of a head turn in there. So I could ink over that drawing I've got above. I might try that and see how that looks. So let me press Alt D to get a blank drawing. And I'll draw over what I've got in pencil and then move it to the right place afterwards. So it's 6:30 already. Going to be a long one today, I think, to get some of this done. Choose the ink colour, drop down the smoothing. And I've got my hand on the keyboard to flip between the drawings because I know I've changed things like the size of the ear. So I'll make sure that's larger. Let me change the timing here. 1, 2. There. Perfect. Hit save. And let's see what we can do with this. Oh, that's far too big. Alright, so the hair gets a little bit thinner here. So again, this is a drawing that's only on screen for a couple of frames. So it doesn't need to be perfect. Smaller ear the other side, but still needs to be a little bit taller, and I had drawn it. Okay. Of course, Kozo, no problem at all. Thanks for joining me, Double O. Hopefully I'll see you again next weekend when we do some judging on everybody else's entries to the 11-second club. Thanks for joining me. See you next time. Yeah, there's always something calling you and pulling us from one direction to another. Right, so this hat has changed shape slightly, so let's try and map this. I keep asking every week, but how's the audio? Is it too loud? Is it? Can you hear it at all? Is it coming through? I can't tell how it sounds to you from my side, because I've got my speakers turned off, so it's not too loud for me, and so it doesn't come through on the microphone as well. Just bring up the I like to bring up the colour a little bit to see what's happening over there on the other side. Let's go to the head column. It's in yellow, so let's bring it back to no colouring. Now you can see the greyer version, be easy to read. Okay, and I'll start to bring in the hair on the opposite side as well. Thank you, Tom. As I say, last week's was terrible. It's ridiculously loud. I got a message from a viewer who shared a comment on the video and said it was just too loud. Didn't seem so on the day, but on the recording it absolutely is. So thank you. I'll check it on the recording after to see if it's okay as well, but it's good to know. Thank you, everybody. So let's bring this down as well. And got space for the arm there, and then a little bit for this side. I'll do the same there, and then we've got the shoulder, of course, coming down. So I think what I need to do is, again, I'm messing with animation keys, but it's necessary to keep everything in the right place, is I'll use the animate tool to bring this copy over to the right place, ready for turning. So let's change the rotation as well. Good, so now I can clearly see where I need to draw the line for the shoulder, hopefully. And that goes up a little bit, but not with that kind of curve. So let's bring up the smoothing on this line, starting in roughly the same place, and then go slightly higher. Are you referring, Tom, to this guy in the picture here on the animation, or the sky outside your window? Because I can't help that one. This one we could change. I'll be working a little more on the background, I think, if I get time before the weekend's up. Okay, let's throw some colour down for this. So, grabbing the fill bucket, colour in the skin, the sleeve. No, I thought I did that. I need a closed shape for that. So if I take the climber's hands and bring down the opacity of those, it'll be easier to see where the lines actually go. I wish I could, Tom. I wish I could. Now just bring that round here, and that joins on the bottom of the drawing area, and that should now fill in. Ooh, didn't, so I've got another leak somewhere. Let me try drawing a line along here for the sleeves, and then filling in there. So yeah, so it was because I hadn't drawn across the bottom of the screen. I thought the edge of the screen would give me a cut-off to complete the fill there. I've no idea what the weather's like here. So my curtains are closed while I'm streaming. Always keep them closed. Let's start at the top. Let's do the hat. Try again. The hat. The hat edge. let's just hold control and bring that up here. The blue was kind of the parts of her top. I'll call it top there. I'm just colouring the hair. We might change the hair colour later. And again, I'll click and drag to colour all the little pieces of the hair there. I'll need to fill in the small parts separately. I'll do that with the paintbrush tool. If I zoom in a little bit, I can then colour behind all of the lines to get these little corner pieces. And again on the opposite side, a couple of little corner pieces, not too many. I can see as well the sleeve corner needs filling there. And then use the sleeve, which I've renamed to sleeves, and top. We'll fill that in here. And again, that's filled out to the rest of the screen, so I'll draw a little line across the bottom on both sides to make sure that's filled in, and fill in those with the blue edge pieces there. I've got an extra line I need to erase, so I'll change to lines only. Bring that down to smaller size and just erase that line. I'm not sure why it was in there. Then using the brush, I'll just finish off the ink in here, and then using the paintbrush I can fill in those little gaps. There. It's Badger Shame. Hello, not seen you for a long time. Glad you've popped in today. Good to have you here. It's pretty sunny here today, but fairly windy. It was quite cool outside in the end. Okay, I'm going to have the sleeves as well here on the right hand side. So I'll draw the line across the bottom as I had before and fill in their sleeves there. Okay, so I'm going to duplicate that last drawing to last for 2 frames in that direction. Then I will flip it in 2 frames to the opposite direction. So I'll click the animation key, which will duplicate that previous key. And then in the next drawing, this is where she flips to the opposite side. I'll use the animate tool and change the H back to 100, exactly where it should be. The shoulder is on the opposite side, so I need to duplicate that and change that. Yeah, I love having the occasional lurker or two. I mean, often there'll be maybe 10, 12 people here and only 2 or 3 talking, so I know there's plenty of lurkers around that like to sit around and watch and see what they can glean. So more than welcome to anytime you like. But do feel free to come and say hello. Okay, so this drawing here, I'm going to press D to duplicate. Let me zoom out so I can really see I've got this. So that's drawing 31 on the opposite side, that's correct. I'm going to use the animate tool and the onion skin to make sure that I move the head to the correct place. I'm ignoring the pencil drawing, so much so I think I'll turn it off for a second. Head. I don't need the hands because I'm not using those. I can turn them off from the render as well. And then let's try and get this flipping working okay. So a little bit to the right. That's not too bad. So now I want to edit the shoulder there. So I'm going to use the eraser first with the lines and areas to make it larger. rid of that. I need to copy that line there, so I need to erase up to that point. That's fine. So using the brush, I can draw a line over the top of that. Lurking and sketching. Exactly what I do on plenty of other streams. So I've just realised I've got the hardness set down on the eraser, which will give me a slightly blurry edge, which is not what I want here. Okay, and then on the other side, I need to draw the shoulder. So if I turn the onion skin on, I can trace over that line, or draw the line appropriate to where I think it should be. So she's turning. The shoulder comes over. She's turning some more, so it should come over even more. The arm coming up again. And again, I'll bring it round to colour in there. Choose the sleeve colour. Draw that across the edge, and then I can fill in. In fact, if I do the under all, I can make sure it goes behind the black lines that's already there. And I can fill in that part there. Okay, so that moves up a little bit. I'm probably spending a little too long on this compared to what I should be doing, really, but never mind. All a bit of fun, isn't it? So again, I'll take drawing 28, as eyes close, turn, on the eyes to open slightly. So I'll duplicate that one on the eyes to slightly open for 2 drawings, duplicate again, and then the eyes are open through to the end, I think, of this particular shot. So I kind of want the opposite drawing here. So 28 is where the eyes are partially open. So if I kind of want to take drawing 28 here, if I can. I can't really use the onion skin on that. But let me just select, and I'll copy them over to 32. So let's use the eraser in lines only mode to get rid of those lines. I'll then paint the skin back in so I don't have any strange gaps. Then using the selection tool, I'll press Ctrl V and put these in the right place. We're missing the eyebrows, so let's go back again and make sure we copy those. Go quite close to here. Copy that. 32. I've not got the head fully turned round yet, so I need to remove those two, 33 and 32. Yeah, I need to copy the shoulder from the previous one, but duplicate 28. That's now 32. It's fine. Then go to 28, and now I can copy this. Okay, so that's the eye slightly open, and then I'll copy the previous drawing, I'll duplicate that, That's now 33. Right, so that's the face now, facing the opposite way. But I need to copy the shoulder from the previous drawing, or at least indicate it moving. He's still turning around. So I think I need to use the animation key to place this in the right location. Inadvertently I've got some squash and stretch as she turns around, but that's kind of okay. And then the eyes open for one more frame there. Something like that. Okay, so I just need to sort out the shoulder, and then that's the turnaround done for this part. So using the eraser to erase lines and areas, I can get rid of all of that extra shoulder I don't need. And I can take the brush and just ink a line down here. Just give that last line I had, and then ink a line down there like that. Okay, let's look at where the previous shoulder went from and to. So she's turning around. Just fill in the gaps, I spot them here. So settling down here. So again, using the cursor keys to go between the drawings. So she wants to come down a bit. Using the ink colour. Like that. The short line being lower. And again, I'll use the sleeve colour to draw the line and join this up. I can fill the sleeve colour in there. And the eyes are only opening, so I can trace over this line here. In fact, I can just copy it using the selection tool. I can highlight that, Control C, go to 33, Control V. Right, so with onion skin off, let's fix the window, hit save. Double check on the sketch for the head. What happens after that? Up to the end. There's a look down here. There might need to be a bit of an eye blink, but up to frame 116 is where I want the static head. Then she looks down a bit with her eyes, and then back up, which will be reverse of those frames. So let's just look at this before I add those next couple of frames in. So I didn't take out the shoulder of the final drawing, so I'll just do that. Pretty straightforward. I'll just erase all of this, and as long as I don't touch the eye, I can just copy and paste like I did a second ago, using the selection tool on the previous drawing. Control C, Control V. Let's rewind, play that. That's it, and then the character turns around. That's fine up to there. So I've got a bit of zoom happening, and that's happening on the drawing columns, not through the camera. So if I go to the schematic, the stage schematic, what I need to do is to get my climber head column, make sure it's the right one. I can turn it off and on here by clicking on the node, and then connect that to the cliff top, and that will animate as the cliff moves there, because the animation is through the cliff top. Also got the hands, they need to do the same, so put those in there. And I just want to change the opacity for them so I can see them clearly. Up to the top, like that. Let me just adjust the position of them to make sure they are over the edge of the cliff. Fine. Let's see.
Hi. I made macaroni.
You need to just sort out those shoulder lines, not quite right. So let's just step through those, make sure I get them right. Now the hands are in the right place. Use an eraser just to remove the edges there. So where it joins isn't quite right, so I need to sort that out. So using the cursor keys to step through. There. So eraser, just take out the whole line at the end. Same for that. And I'm using the greater and less than keys to jump between drawings rather than between frames. So now using the brush tool, we can add this in properly. And the second one. Don't mind a bit of a quiver, that's just fine. Again, I need to fill in the close that gap off. So again, get rid of the hands, bring down the opacity. Which choose not to work from time to time, so that's fine. I have to hide them. Just make sure I've got, under all, I'll draw the sleeve colour around here, and I can fill it in hopefully. Then the next drawing, again with the brush, fill it in around here, and then that does fill. Okay, let's bring the arms back. I've gone a little bit wide there, so again, just grab the eraser. Turn off the onion skin. I can see an extra line there. Fine. That'll do for that. Okay. So the camera zooms out. And she looks down a little bit to look at the food. And then she'll look up, possibly with a blink in between. We'll add that in there. 10 to 7. So I think I need to start winding up soon for today. So let me just do this, I think this bit of drawing first for the head looking down. And we'll finish that off, and I'll probably call it a day for today. And I'll continue during the week. And what I'll likely do is I'll record the process again during the week as a not live stream, and I'll share that for the patrons to take a look at if you want to watch through the process for completing this animation. So the head looks down, so I want the body to sit the same and just the head to rotate. So what I think I need to do is to duplicate the drawings of the head, and now I'll just use the selection tool and physically rotate it round on screen. So if I zoom out, I can see the drawing numbers here, and it's the head column I want to look at up there. So just 3 drawings to look down. So this is the movement I was talking about at the beginning of the stream today. I've got 1 key, put it that way, I've got 1 key here, and I want to move to a 2nd key here, so I have an ease out from the 1st key and an ease in to the 2nd. So on this sketch level, I've got drawing 4 is the 1st key, drawing 7 is the final position with an ease out with 5, then ease in with 6 and 7. So I can hit onto duplicate of the first one here with a slight rotation. Make sure it's the last drawing in the list, which it is, so it doesn't affect any of the other levels. That will be shown for 2. Then there'll be ease in to the final position, so I'll hit D on that, and then D will be the final position. So now I've got that in place. I use the selection tool, and we'll carefully draw around the head. The hair doesn't need to move in the same way, so I might need to redraw that separately. Move the rotation point, and just move the rotation point then to the neck area. So drag that down to here. I need the head to look down quite a long way. I'll move the eyes separately. I think it needs to go more than that, so we'll copy that again, center rotation point down here, move it down. The previous drawing, I'll turn on the onion skin, I'll do the same thing again. It'll need a little bit of fixing up afterwards. So this needs to be almost at the last position, but not quite. Then the one before needs to be just gone the first position. So again, center point to the bottom, and then turn on the onion skin to the previous drawing, and it moves away a little bit. So we've got a little bit of movement, a lot of movement, and a little bit of movement.
Made macaroni if you want.
Like that.
Macaroni.
Okay, let's see where the other drawing of the head goes to. What I'll do is I'll fold the other columns. It'll be easier for me to see this. So I'll right click and choose fold column. So now I can make the timeline shorter and I can see those 2 columns side by side. Okay, so this drawing stays here up to that point, and then the previous drawings shown, so that's 35, so I'll press Q key. I'll extend that afterwards and then highlight those and press Q key again to 34, and then after that is 33, which I didn't actually include in the first drawing, but that's fine, and that goes up to the end. So if I click here and then press play,
Macaroni if you want some.
does that look down?
Hi. I made macaroni if you want some.
And then a look up. So I just need to just adjust the eyes, fill in the gaps for the neck, and that'll be this little section finished. So using the eraser, I'll erase lines only, and I drew the pupils in with the brush tool, so it is only made with lines. We'll need to fill in those pupil gaps separately. So using the brush, we can then, over the ink colour, draw the pupils straight to the bottom. Let's take away smoothing, it'll be easier for this to be drawn. Oh, I've got to turn pencil mode back on. I've got lots of anti-aliasing in here. Again, erase those pupils. And then with the brush tool, we can draw this right at the bottom corner. For both of the last two drawings. Once I've got the basics in, I'll use the flipping method by using the greater than, less than keys to go between the two to make sure I've got these looking roughly the right shape, the same size. And then I use the skin colour and the paintbrush tool to fill in where the pupils were in the eye colour. Like this, hit save and fit to window, show the camera only view. Let's hide the pencil sketch of the head, rewind and let's take a look.
Hi. I made macaroni if you want some. Hi. I made macaroni if you want some.
She looks up quite quickly, so I might extend that out by a few frames. We can adjust that as necessary. Let's fill in these gaps and then that'll be this section finished. Catch a chap, no problem at all. See you later, see you next time. Thank you for dropping by today. So let's grab the brush tool first and fill in the ink lines. And again, I'll use the left and right arrow key for this section first. Let me erase that extra line that's in here. Because that's catching my eye a little bit. So using the brush tool in the ink, I'm going to draw that in. It's just a case of filling in the lines to match. So again, using the eraser, get rid of that black line there. And just try and imagine where this might go to. There's a mad mix of aliased and non-aliased lines, but that's okay. So let's use the selection tool to bring up the hair a little bit, and then we'll continue painting that on afterwards. Actually, I want to make sure that I don't just move it along, otherwise it'll look too cut out. So again, select this, bring it up without rotating it. And the same for this one. Bring it up without rotating it fully. So it looks like it hangs down a little bit. Like that. Okay, so I'll add a couple of ink lines in down here, and then we'll fill that in. Tidy this up by removing some of these lines, and we'll need them as we go. And the arm needs to come down a little bit as you're moving, so I'll change that one as well. And that one. a bit of fiddly messing about here. I'm almost there with these drawings. Okay, so let's draw in the ink lines of the shoulder as she moves. Pop in the onion skin so I can see exactly where it was. Not sure what that line is there, so I'm going to take that out. I don't think that's needed. There we go. Let's draw that in. So let's just finish off the hair. Hit save so I don't lose what I've done so far. That additional line there, get rid of that. Right. So I need to just continue this hair coming around here. Get it in the right direction, and then we'll colour it in probably by hand rather than using the fill tool later. That's that way, so around there. Yeah, and the next one is almost in the same place, but it's just moved a little bit. So using the onion skin is going to be helpful here. I picked a terrible hairstyle for doing this kind of animation with. For me, the audio playlist, Badger Shame, it's not my list. It's on Pretzel Rocks. It's a website I use. So turn the volume up so I can hardly hear it. Ooh, yeah. So you basically pick a channel or kind of like a playlist to listen to, and then you get just a load of songs coming through, and it works really well, I think, for the background. It's all copyright free, so you can use it on YouTube channels. Okay, I think that's about there. So let me grab the sleeve and top colour, use the paintbrush tool, hit save before we go any further. Yeah, like Pandora, exactly. Yeah. Bring down the size so I can get into all the nooks and crannies. I don't need the onion skin for this. And then just manually colour it in. And then we'll be almost there, I think. Let me go through the same colour for each area. Okay, then I'll use the colour picker to pick the colour off screen, and then the paintbrush tool. I can fill in the hair here. I need to fill in the line at the top, I'll just do that in a second. That's all okay. Okay, And then we choose colour 0, and I can erase the colours outside the lines now. Let's go back and fill in those lines that I missed on the side of the hair here. And then hit the erase tool, choose lines only, make sure there's no odd little lines hanging around I don't need. Okay, there's been lots of fiddly messing with all of this. Once it's finished, I think it'll look pretty good. Okay, let's choose the top colour and fill that in here. It's a little bit large again to get these small gaps. Do again the same single colour for all of these. Make sure of that top line I can see up there. And then choose the sleeve colour on the front here. We'll fill in the awkward parts afterwards and the lines that I missed. Using the ink, brush tool, save all, make sure I've got all these lines drawn in neatly. And again with the eraser to be able to erase lines, get any odd dots I've got hanging around. And on the opposite side, is that all okay? Now I need to just join those up. So again it's a case of switching between the eraser and then the brush tool. So I need to erase around where the head is. Get rid of those lines actually, because they will move. Okay, so grabbing the ink brush, let's see what we've got here. So it's a matter of filling in the gaps to create the line moving smoothly. Now fill in the colours afterwards. Okay, hit save, and then start painting in the missing colours. So that's the top first. Yep. Actually, that line needs to come out a bit more. So starting higher up. Right, so last bit of paint hopefully. The sleeve colour. The gaps there. Let's see.
I made macaroni if you want. I made macaroni if you.
Fix to window. Make sure I've hit save. With the sound on, let's have a listen to this. I'll hit loop play.
I made macaroni if you want some. I made macaroni if you want some.
Fine, perfect. That'll do me.
I made macaroni if you want some.
Good. So I'll move on to character number 2, the girl that's nearest to us. But I'll do that offline. So I think we'll leave it there for today for the stream. So yeah, so I'll finish off the 3 shots. So this one, shot 2, and then 3 and 4. I'm going to hit render on this. So I've got a copy of where we are so far at the end of the stream. Any last questions you've got, drop them into the chat. Otherwise we'll end the stream in a couple of minutes. Let me just create a nice backup of this. Shot 2 at end of stream, make a copy. So if I take a look at my backups, we should now see loads of backups in here for every time I press save, with a couple of named ones at the top here. And if I delete all non-named backups, it'll leave only the ones where I've added a specific name for that particular backup that I put in there. So if order by date, that's the last one we just did at the end of the stream, so we'll leave that one in there. So yeah, so I'll crack on with this scene, possibly tomorrow night, I think. I'll record my progress, I think. Then I'll do scene 3 and 4, or shots 3 and 4. I then want to add a couple of effects, as I say. So to the background on the mountains, I'll make them blurred. I'll do a little bit of a blur when the camera changes in shot 3. I don't know if I'll have time to add any extra shadows to these characters. It would make them look better if I did, but I don't know if I'll have time for that. So we'll see how that goes later. That's now rendered. So before I go, let me just put it into the main into the actual full completed animation. Just thinking how to do it. If I copy shots 3 and 4 that I previously rendered with the background, let me open Shotcut, and that'll load in those 4 shots. Let me put them all together and see how it looks. Thank you, Diode Media, appreciate that. Okay, so that's got my 4 shots, and it'll use the version I've just drawn with the inked and coloured characters. So if we go to Export, Advanced, and change the codec. Always like to increase the quality. Export file. That's fine. And now it'll stitch all 4 together with the audio. And it's only 11 seconds long, so it doesn't take long to do that. So here's the final version so far.
Hi. I made macaroni if you want some.
I'm sorry, what?
Well, I was starving and you took forever, so I wanted to make food.
Okay, well, that's pretty good. That fits in quite well, I think, to where we were.
Hi. I made macaroni if you want some.
I'm sorry, what?
Well, I was starving and you took forever, so I wanted to make food.
Good, yeah, I'm happy with that. Thank you for that, everybody. Thanks for joining me today. Thank you, Blifton, Badger Shane, Tom, Maria, Diode, and Dave. Thank you. Okay, no worries. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on your channel anyway, so we'll look out for that speed paint or the stream later. So I'll be back next Sunday for another live stream. We'll be taking a look at the some of the entries, seeing what other people have done for this audio clip, and judging a few and putting a few scores in to help out with the judging, to see how that goes, seeing what they've done, and possibly learning a lesson or two for that. So I'll see you then. So have a great week, all of you. Keep on drawing, keep on animating, and I'll see you next Sunday for another live stream. And that's a Darren Tea. Have you always wanted to animate but didn't know how to start and software seemed expensive and difficult to use? Well, with OpenToonz it's free, powerful, and once you know how, it's easy to use. And it's my mission to get you animating with it today. Hi, my name's Darren, and I've been teaching OpenToonz for the past 3 years, showing thousands of students just like you how easy it is to animate with. I'm cutting through the jargon to show that anyone can animate with it. And by the end of the course, you'll be able to animate traditionally using OpenToonz. And the course is designed for students brand new to OpenToonz, as well as those new to animation. So take a look at the free lessons I've offered below, and then why not sign up and join me animating traditionally with OpenToonz.